The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms.
The House is now in session. All persons not entitled to privilege of the floor, please retire to the gallery.
The members and guests will rise and be led in prayer by the Honorable Mike A. Cherry, the delegate from Colonial Heights, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which will be led by the delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this day to come into this house and serve the people of this great commonwealth. God, I thank you for a governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general that lead with passion, humility, and strength. For my colleagues in this chamber, that we always remember that we have the power to change the atmosphere. Let us always choose respect for one another over always being right, humility over hate, and perseverance over partisanship. For my colleagues, that this may be their last day in this chamber as delegates, I pray a special blessing for them. Pray that you bless them for the time, for the many decades, some of them, that they've served the people of their communities, this commonwealth, and this house. Return to them many times over the blessing that they have given to us, to them, and to their families. And finally, may we remember the call that you have placed on our lives to seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with you, our God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks for coming today. Appreciate you. Okay. I'll get you one. I'll get him one. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, communication from the Senate, communication to the Speaker of the House of Delegates dated March 17, 2023. Dear Mr. Speaker, I'm writing to tender my resignation as delegate for the 79th District in the Commonwealth of Virginia, effective today, March 17th at 5 p.m. In accordance with Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution of Virginia, I have left the 79th District and moved my primary residence to Suffolk, just a few minutes away from my prior residence in Portsmouth, and I look forward to hopefully be coming back and working for the people in the 84th District. Sincerely, Nadarius E. Clark. Also, a member letter addressed to the clerk, dated April 3rd, 2023. Dear Mr. Clerk, on April 3rd, 2023, I physically moved outside of the 83rd District, and pursuant to Article Section 4 of the Virginia Constitution, I have vacated my seat on this day. Sincerely, Timothy Anderson. Also, Lamont Bagby, having been elected at a special election for the 9th Senate District on Tuesday, March 28, 2023, and taking the oath of office to that position yesterday, has by his actions created a vacancy in the House of Delegates in the 74th House District. Mr. Speaker, that means for purposes of today's 2023 reconvened session, the total number of duly elected members serving presently in the body is 97.
Whoever's left will answer the roll call by indicating their presence on the electronic voting board. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, a quorum is present.
Pursuant to House Rule 3, I've examined and approved the Journal of the House of Delegates for February 25th, 2023. Motions and resolutions under Rule 39, pursuant to the provisions of Rule 40, are now in order. The clerk shall announce the first morning hour order of business, including any clerk's announcements or communication.
Mr. Speaker, I simply remind the body that the governor's vetoes and recommendations are printed in the calendar and also available via iHOD and on the legislative information system to the public and members as well. Enrolled bills are available electronically via iHOD and LIS if you want to do a comparison if you haven't already. In addition, I've emailed you previously the House procedures pursuant to House rules and the custom and practice approved by the Speaker that govern how legislation will be handled during today's reconvened session. In addition, simple advisory to the members about commending and memorial resolutions. All those agreed to commending and memorial resolutions and resolutions from the regular session have been prepared as presentation copies and framed, if requested, have been placed in your Pocahontas office building. So if you have commending and memorial resolutions, please swing by your Pocahontas building office in Pocahontas before departure today. In this first person morning hour, pursuant to House Rule 40, the Speaker asks that members use the request to speak button for those agenda items displayed by reference on the voting board.
I'll just take a moment. If you haven't noticed, the delegate from Fairfax County has me surrounded. So I would hope we would all take a minute. I stepped on my own line. I just wanted to congratulate you on your historic achievement again, and sorry I couldn't be here for that day, but we're proud to have it up. Do y'all want to switch? Y'all can look at her and we can. All right, no, okay. All right, the delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for introduction.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize in the gallery April Pinch Keeler and ask her to please rise. Ms. Keeler is the President and Chief Executive Officer of MVLE, a nonprofit organization based in Northern Virginia that supports adults with disabilities and others facing barriers to employment. Has admirably served the organization for 30 years. Ms. Keeler, throughout her career, she's advocated tirelessly to secure individuals with disabilities the opportunity to engage in meaningful work and to be supported as integral members of their communities. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Keeler did one of those things that what we're asking through the sub-minimum wage bill for other employers to seek out opportunities to work with other companies and other organizations in order to give people meaningful employment. And in that effort, she has partnered with more than 125 Washington, D.C. metropolitan area organizations and collaborated with local chambers of commerce to provide daily work opportunities and rehabilitative services to more than 450 adults and disabilities annually. In fact, she forged a Department of Defense mentor-protege agreement with Northrop Grumman as part of the DoD's mentor-protege program, further deploying MVLE's infrastructure and ability to manage federal contracts and further deploying Ability One, a provider to provide MPP and provide defense contractor work. So, Mr. Speaker, we did recognize Ms. Keeler for her 30 years of service upon her retirement in House Joint Resolution number 696. She's here today, and I hope that you give her a warm House welcome. Congratulations.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make a motion that we adjourn in the memory and honor of my foster dad, John Gregory, who died in the early morning hours of March the 5th at 83 years old. And I'd like to speak to that motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John came from an upper middle class family in Mississippi where he attended Ole Miss and then received a degree in journalism. He would have been considered progressive before it was cool to be progressive, or at least cool to be progressive on this side of the aisle. His journalism career would lead him to reporting for Life magazine, where his assignment sent him back to Mississippi to cover the civil rights movement being led by Martin Luther King Jr. The stories of John's experience with Life magazine were the stories that I would hear around the dinner table as a teenager and later in life when we would visit and get together. I'd like to share a couple of those stories because I think they're really very important for us to understand kind of the history of what was going on at that time. On one particular trip to Mississippi, he and his photographer were driving to a makeshift airport in a cotton field where a single-engine plane was waiting for them. Remember, at this particular point in time, there was no emails, there were no cell phones, there was no ability to actually get your story out of Mississippi without actually getting on a plane and delivering it to a publisher in New York. Like many of the stories of this era, the story that he was covering on this particular trip was very grim. They had been assigned to report on dragging the swamps of Mississippi for missing civil rights activists. After completing the interviews, seeing the swamps being dragged, they were driving to the airport to get their story out of Mississippi. And at this time, John, my foster dad, noticed that his car was being followed. This was oftentimes an ominous event because civil rights activists and journalists were routinely targets of both violence and even murder in the Deep South during this time frame. So this was potentially a very life-threatening event. They pulled the rental car into the field, sprinted to the waiting airplane, took off, and as they looked back, they could see that the car that they were just in was now in flames, sending a clear message to them that their reporting was not welcome in Mississippi. Later, he would meet and interview James Chaney, Medgar Evers, and Martin Luther King Jr. himself. In one instance, John was actually walking in a march with Martin Luther King Jr., and during that march, someone dropped a glass Coke bottle. And if you can imagine a glass Coke bottle hitting the asphalt, it sounded like a gun going off. John, my foster dad, was very much afraid. He turned, he looked around, he was concerned about his safety, and Martin Luther King turned to him and calmly said, "It's okay, you get used to it." It's these firsthand stories of the civil rights movement, his detailed knowledge of politics in the Deep South, supporting and encouraging me to go to college and helping me to better understand my own family dynamics that helped shape the person that I would become today. John and Jean have both been my de facto parents for the past 45 years. They have become foster grandparents and to my daughters, always remembering their birthdays, sending Christmas gifts, and whenever we talked, asking about their school, their work, their boyfriends, all the things that just any normal grandparent would do. My oldest daughter recently, when we were standing in the kitchen and we were talking about this, she summed it up very poignantly, and she goes, "I got bonus grandparents." Through this long relationships, I now have foster uncles and aunts and an extended family that stretches well beyond the boundaries of Virginia, D.C., Mississippi, Georgia, and even California. One of the things that I like to tell people is that when you choose to be a foster parent, you open up your home and your heart to welcome in someone new. A foster parent is making a deliberate choice to love. That's what John Gregory did for me and my brother Mark, my foster brother Mike Gallagher, and the many other children throughout the decades. He chose to love. His willingness to open up his heart and home to me forever changed my life. It set me on a path that allowed me to be here with you today. It's given me the opportunity to provide for my family, and it's given me the opportunity to give my daughters a more stable upbringing than my own. For this and all much more, I'm eternally grateful that I can honor his memory here today. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed, moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of John Gregory. As many as favor that motion will please rise. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Williams-Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a motion.
The delegate has the floor.
I ask that the family of Michael Lamont Perkins please stand. They're in the gallery. Michael Lamont Perkins, Esquire, a beloved husband, father, brother, and son, distinguished public servant, and admired member of the Richmond community, died on February 21st, 2023. Michael led a life dedicated to family, faith, leadership, and service. A native of Varina, Michael was born on April 30th, 1987, to Michael and Cynthia Perkins. Guided throughout his life with his deep and abiding faith, Michael grew spiritually at the New Covenant Sabbath Apostolic Church in Richmond and was a 2005 graduate of Varina High School. Following in his parents' example of scholastic achievement, Michael was a two-time graduate of Virginia Commonwealth University, earning a bachelor's in criminal justice and psychology in 2010. During his college career, Michael was initiated as a brother of the Theta Rho chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated in 2007 and served as chapter president from 2008 to 2009 and chapter advisor in later years. Michael would go on to earn a law degree from the University of the District of Columbia's David A. Clark School of Law in 2013. In 2012, Michael began his work in public affairs, serving as a legal intern for the D.C. Council, policy analyst for Tim Kaine for U.S. Senate, and research fellow for the House of Representatives Judiciary Committee. The following year, Michael worked as a policy analyst for Terry McAuliffe's gubernatorial campaign, and in 2014, Michael joined the VCU L. Douglas Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs as a graduate research and teaching assistant, leading Michael to pursue a doctorate degree in public policy and administration at the Wilder School. In 2017, Michael joined the U.S. Government Accountability Office as a policy analyst and most recently served as Assistant Commonwealth's Attorney for Louisa County. On November 11, 2017, Michael married his long-term girlfriend, Taylor Thomas of Williamsburg, and became a devoted father of Mila and Mason. Michael was also an avid Dallas Cowboys fan. Michael Perkins will be fondly remembered and deeply missed by all who loved him. Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the honor and memory of Michael Lamont Perkins.
The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Williams Graves, moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of Michael Lamont Perkins. As many as favor that motion will please rise. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for an announcement.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is the month of the military child. And every April, we recognize the enormous sacrifices the military families make across Virginia. Military children give up precious time with their parents, especially those who serve overseas. They may move often, causing them to lose friendships formed at their schools and in their communities. Their parents may have given up higher-paying jobs in the private sector so they can instead protect and serve our country. And some military children have watched their parents suffer from the physical and mental wounds of war, while others have lost their parents to death that resulted from their service. We must acknowledge and thank our military families for all they have given and all they have given up. But words are not enough, Mr. Speaker. We must empower military families both to make more money and to keep more of what they earn. This means passing policies that support the careers of military spouses, policies like paid sick leave, while also expanding tax cuts for these families, including by exempting military retirement income from taxes entirely. Our veterans should be able to maximize that income to support their families however they see fit. They have earned it. Furthermore, military children deserve access to world-class public education in a fully funded public school for as long as they call Virginia home. And they deserve to have the supports in place to address the unique challenges they face. I want to take a moment to name the schools in Prince William County that have done the work to provide our military children the academic and social support they need as they transition between schools. The Purple Star schools for the 2022-2023 school year in Prince William County are Battlefield High School, Bennett Elementary School, Benton Middle School, Bull Run Middle School, Charles Colgan High School, Forest Park High School, Grand Park Middle School, Henderson Elementary School, Martian Elementary School, Patty Elementary School, Piney Branch Elementary School, Potomac Shores Middle School, Springwoods Elementary School, West Ridge Elementary School, Woodbridge Senior High School, and T. Clay Wood Elementary. I commend these schools for their commitment to supporting military children, and I want all military children to know that you are seen and you are special, and as your elected officials, we are so grateful for what you and your families have sacrificed in order to keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to House Rule 30, the Journal shall reflect that the following members are away on pressing personal business and are granted leave from today's session. Delegate Corey. The clerk will announce the next order of business.
The second portion of the morning hour, a member request to move legislation is not applicable given today's calendar.
And the next order of business.
Third portion of the morning hour, member request for legislation to go by for the day. And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm not aware of any request by any member.
The clerk will announce the fourth.
Fourth and final portion of the morning hour reserved for member requests for points of personal privilege.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request an opportunity to give a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I had planned to make this speech on the last day of the session, but a case of COVID laid me low, and I missed what might have been the only day I've missed in the years that I've been in this House. I'll be as brief today as I can be, but I want to share with you some experiences of the times that I've been here. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know it's not practice that we introduce our family members from the floor, but I do want to acknowledge my family members who could be here today and who are seated in the front row of the gallery. We have here 3 of our 4 children and their spouses. We have 4 of our 6 grandchildren. We do not have our month-old great-grandchild. He was too busy feeding and sleeping to be able to come. I also want to express a great, big, sincere thank you to all the members of the legislative staff with whom I've worked over the years. I've never known a more professional, dedicated, and competent staff than the men and women who work for the clerk's office and the House of Delegates generally. They have been able to stay above the political fray regardless of who's in charge. Thank you all. I also want to express the honor I feel for having served with 488 other members of the House of Delegates.
He's not kidding about that.
While we certainly did not agree from time to time, I respect all from both parties who are willing to make the sacrifice that serving the legislature involves. Next year will be the first time in 48 years that I will not be a candidate for public office or in public office. You may be able to tell from my voice that I have mixed feelings about that. My heart would say I'd want to stay, but my body says it's time to give it up. In total, I've been a candidate in the primary or general election 29 times, and I've won 26 elections. I've been a member of the House for a total of 44 years, serving continuously for the past 42 years. Thank you for that applause, but I haven't really gotten to the punchline yet. And getting ready to do this retirement thing, the clerk's office staff has put together a magnificent record of the House of Burgesses and the House of Delegates. And what I discovered, along with the staff looking into that, since 1619, there have been 9,678 persons who've served in the House of Burgesses and the House of Delegates. I am the second longest serving member ever in the House. And don't use up my time with the applause because the speaker will gavel me down. I got certain things I want to tell you. I've served under 8 different speakers of the House, 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans. I started with John Warren Cook. That's the gentleman right back here by the post, John Warren Cook. I remember the first day I came to the House, or I should say the second day I came to the House in 1978. I was back in the corner back there. It was the second day of the session. He gavels the House to order and he says, "The Speaker recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax for purposes of a motion." Purpose of a motion? What is he talking about? Everybody's looking back. I'm turning red. Everybody's laughing and so on. And he gets me off the hook by saying to move with past the reading of the journal, which was a technique he did back then. Everybody voted no, and he said that the motion had passed, and then we went on with the business of the day. And I came to recognize that those days, that was the little orientation, if you will, to coming into the House. I served with names you may have read about in your history books. Oh, incidentally, Speaker Cook's father was an aide to General Robert E. Lee. I served with A.L. Philpott, Tom Moss, Vance Wilkins, Bill Howe, Kurt Cox, Eileen Philicorn, and a current speaker who will get his portrait later, Todd Gilbert. I served with 12 governors, 7 Democrats and 5 Republicans, starting with John Dalton. Anybody know about John Dalton? Well, he was one of the first Republicans to be elected after Reconstruction. Go up on the 4th floor and you can see their portraits there. When I first came to the House, there were 76 members who called themselves Democrats. I say it that way because in that year, it would probably be more appropriate to call them Dixiecrats. I ran as a national Democrat opposed to the Byrd machine. The orientation to me and to other new members like me was to sit down and shut up. I was not a very good listener and proceeded in my first years to introduce bills for the merit selection of judges. Judges were key to operation of the Byrd machine. And I introduced a bill to end gerrymandering on a part of the Byrd machine, and a bill that passed a couple years ago by the voters that we now have as the reapportionment process. By 2012, the number of Democrats in the House dropped to 32. Some of the old-line Democrats had died off, others had switched to being Republicans, and voters grew weary of the arrogance of the leadership. Republicans were all the while on the sidelines criticizing Democrats, imagine. What happened when Republicans took over the majorities? Rather than to bring about reform, Republicans in the majority started doing all the things Democrats had been doing, and in many instances several-fold over, such as finding ways to not take up minority party member bills, not passing bills of the other party, pointing to the party's failing when covering up your own, be arrogant about control of the legislature. It's past time that both these actions be put behind us. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to note when I'm talking about this. I'm talking about Democrats, and I'm talking about Republicans both, because we all fall in that trap of how it is we can outdo the other and gain partisan power, and sometimes at the expense of issues. While I'm pleased in the changes that have slowly come about in our state government, I continue to be disappointed that so many of these changes came about because of federal laws and Supreme Court decisions that moved the state into modern times. We did not have the legislative leadership or the strength in the legislature to take care of our backward ways of government. We relied on the federal government to make changes to make us clean up our act. We did not even have public schools in Virginia until 1870, and that's when the federal government required as a condition of us coming back into the Union to start public schools. The federal government ended a poll tax. We could have done that ourselves, but we chose not to. Progress in civil rights came through federal courts and Congress. And there are a dozen other examples where externally there's been intervention to bring us into the modern day. Even Capitol Hill today looks so much different than it did when I came here. The oversized statue of Robert E. Lee that dominated the original House of Delegates has been removed. The statue of Governor and later Senator Harry F. Byrd that stood along the sidewalk between legislative offices and the Capitol is gone, as is a tight conservative grip he held on state government that stifled the state's development for more than a half-century. I sometimes think they put his statue out there by the sidewalk to always remind us when we came over here to the Capitol, his kind of leadership. And he didn't have to remind us. For me, it was something we wanted to put behind us. We now have on Capitol grounds a memorial dedicated to indigenous people who occupied this area we now call a state for thousands of years before we ever got here. We have a memorial paying tribute to women who contributed mightily to the state's history, but for too long was overlooked. And we have a civil rights memorial dedicated to Barbara Johns and her work in the school walkout that led to the civil rights movement in the state and to the end of school segregation. I was pleased to be part of the progressive Democrats who contributed to the General Assembly in 2021 and who passed the most progressive and transformative agenda ever in the history of the state. We made significant strides, but as the current session of the General Assembly reminds us, we need to be vigilant and continue our efforts. I meant to say earlier, too, when I was talking about how long I've been around all that stuff, I have another distinction. I'm the only man to have been defeated by a woman to become Speaker of the House of Delegates. And I concluded a long time ago they made the right decision. So I would be proud to be part of that administration and to see all the progress when we all work together we could bring about. Over my tenure, I worked with many others on issues including ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment, expansion of human rights protection, including those with LGBTQ, protection of our natural resources, including climate change, concerning restoration of the Chesapeake Bay, broadening participation in elections, protection of women's reproductive rights, expansion of transportation alternatives, safe communities from guns and other violence, but best possible education system from preschool to higher education, and to end the death penalty. During my tenure in office, I want you to all know, particularly if you're new at this game, I campaigned openly and honestly about my position on all these issues. I campaigned against the death penalty for 40 years. We finally got around to doing it. But ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't seriously challenged ever. The longer I stayed, the stronger I got. And my willingness to speak openly about gun violence and some of the other things that were happening in our state strengthened my position, I would say, and I would offer that as recommendations for those who are planning a future. While I may be taking leave from this opportunity to serve at the end of this term, I'm very mindful that I leave behind much left to do. Let me share some thoughts. I know you want to know what I'm thinking as I leave, for you to consider for your legislative agenda in future years. When we as Democrats reformed Virginia's voting laws, making them some of the best in the country, and Republicans went out under those laws, and what did you do? You won the governorship, and you won a majority of the House. So my question is, why are you now trying to roll back some of the good laws that we passed on voting? Doesn't make any sense to me. Let's leave the laws in place that allow people to participate. Republicans railed for decades against Roe versus Wade that was settled law for 50 years on the issue of abortion. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know where I grew up in Page County. On the back roads there was always somebody had a dog that chased the cars as they went by. And the question was always, what would happen if the dog caught the car? Well, you railed against Roe versus Wade, you don't have it anymore. And now you're in a real dilemma. And what are you going to do? My simple recommendation for you would be very quickly, put Roe versus Wade at the minimum back into place. And let me tell you about the implications this can have. Virginia elected the first black governor in the country. Was it because we were so open-minded, not concerned about racial issues? No. While he was certainly the best candidate, he also was pro-choice. And his opposition was strongly pro-life. And when the voters had that choice, overcoming any other concern they had in the background or whatever, they elected the first black governor. It's an issue that will come back to bite you, I can assure you. How much longer can you stay with the pro-gun advocates when the death toll from gun violence continues to escalate? Honest to gosh, I can't watch the news anymore with what somebody's not shooting up necessarily another person, a whole bunch of people. It seems like it's happening every day. More children die from gun violence than any other reason. I must tell you that there is it's a little pathetic to witness when well-researched common sense end gun violence bills are presented to the State Public Safety Committee that I'm on, that there's little or no discussion. There will be a total lineup of people who are speaking on behalf of the gun safety bills, and at the end of the presentation, someone will say, well, what does the NRA think? And what does the Virginia Civil Defense League think? They only have to say their position, and that's the position the majority of the committee votes. What do you say to your children and grandchildren to explain your vote against common sense gun safety laws? Don't put it off on the Second Amendment. The Founding Fathers had the militia in mind. Let's get serious about the fact we cannot continue to say to our constituents and to our families and friends, it's okay to let people buy high-powered rifles and so on and shoot other people. That doesn't make common sense. And it's certainly not something ethical. Don't cut into my time. I got a bunch more. These are especially challenging times in our schools. The number of children who need mental health assistance and the need to reduce anxiety among our youth is only getting worse. At the same time, we're talking about taking more than $1 billion in available revenue and dividing it up among the people who need it least. I think that kind of action is not unconstitutional, it's unconscionable. Now, we have ministers, rabbis, and religious leaders come in every day to give us a prayer to get our day off to the start of the session. Uniformly, without reference to any particular religious doctrine, they offer us direction on caring for the most vulnerable and needy in our society. Do we act any differently because of what they have to say? We have separation of church and state, certainly, but we should never separate legislating from morality and ethics. The good old days, Mr. Speaker, were never that good. We sometimes make them out to be, but I'm honored to have been a part of making the days in Virginia even better for all. I know that you, as members of the oldest legislative body in the Western Hemisphere, will work to overcome prejudices, conspiracy theories, misinformation, and lies to make Virginia a leader, not in the South, but a leader in the nation. Why not be a leader in the nation on these issues? We got this thing started, you know, in America. Let's continue it on. Let's not fall behind and fall prey to cult kind of activities that hold us back. Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, I could not be more proud than I am of the members of the Democratic caucus who succeed me. The caucus is made up of more women than men, persons of color, a different generation, and a broader perspective than has ever been represented in the state capitol. One of the things that gives me solace as I lead is looking at the wonderful people who are following behind. You're going to do the right thing. You don't come with some of these old notions that were in place when I came here. I have a different understanding, and you're going to move us forward. I know that you and the new members who will be joining you will move beyond partisanship, beyond petty division and personal gain to make the Commonwealth the leader among the states in achieving for all life, liberty, and happiness. May God bless you all. If you'd like to visit Jane and me in Northern Virginia after my term ends this year, please call to make sure we're home. You never know where in the world we might be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Plum, I'm glad you mentioned it. Even though you hail from Reston, you are a son of the town of Shenandoah in Page County. So we have that in common. I'm sure they're very proud of your years of service. Now, they wouldn't vote for you anymore, but not out there. But I'm sure they love you. No, sir. But again, you've made them proud being a son of Page County. So thank you for your years of service. The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention something personal about Delegate Plum, and then on a larger note. Many of you maybe remember I did not have a easy start in this chamber. I sat in the back for a week and a half when I came to Richmond, thinking I would get sworn in immediately. And Delegate Plum was one of the very few members of this caucus who would not only check on me, make sure I'm okay, sitting in the back here, but then he said, you need to fill out the gray sheets. And of course, being new, I'm like, what gray sheets? And he said, you need to record your vote on everything that happens in this chamber. And he felt, and we all felt, that I was a duly elected delegate for this chamber. And through that, he just taught me that my voice must always be heard for the benefit of my constituents. And so he gave me the gray sheets. We'd walk up to the front and try to turn it into the clerk of the House, who refused to accept it, which was fine. But each day, he would be with me as we took the walk up to the front. And he became my mentor then, just informally, but then he was my formal mentor through my career here in the General Assembly. And I know he's been a mentor to many.
He stepped back when we had the similar bill and said, let yours go forward. And Delegate Plum has consistently supported the members of our caucus. And even today, as he leaves this chamber, he talked about the good, the bad, and the ugly. He's always teaching us lessons. And he's a teacher by profession, but always teaching us lessons. I think the most important lesson, Mr. Speaker, is that we must be true to ourselves and to our constituents with our votes. Think about it. He mentioned that when he started his career, the Democrats were Dixiecrats in reality. The odds are history would dictate that he probably should not have survived all of those years with his progressive view of what Virginia can and should be. And then he also survived the young whippersnappers. I'm going to say that because I'm getting some grays in my hair. Survived that because no one would challenge Delegate Plum. He conjured that much respect. So Delegate Plum, I ask that you do the memorial resolution on the floor for my mother because you symbolize so much of what many of us have been taught by our parents, that we must do what we think is right, serve our constituents, serve our neighbors. And Delegate Plum, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you so much. We'll try to find you wherever in the world you may be, but you have really put a mark on this chamber. God bless you.
Delegate Plum, there were several people from your neck of the woods queued up to speak, and I think the delegate from Alexandria may have captured what they intended to say. So I just wanted you to know you had a lot of people ready to say some more. So the delegate from Newport News, Delegate Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it has been the honor of my life to serve with you all in this body. It truly takes my breath away every single day to step foot on this floor, and I hope it does for each and every one of you all as well. I love this place dearly. I love what we can accomplish for the people of Virginia. I love the genius of a citizen legislature. The time I've spent here with y'all has been a complete joy, and I'm so grateful for each of you and for every one of you in this body for allowing me to share a bit of this with you all. So, Mr. Speaker, I figured I'd take a few minutes to, settle a few scores. Name a few names, tell a few tales, I don't know. Since we're back here in the coffin corner, raucous caucus, I figure I'd, tell little stories. First is why we're called the coffin corner, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure you're familiar with that, actually. I know some of my Democratic colleagues, this is a football term, so I'm going to explain that since none of all my Democratic colleagues might not know that. It's when, you aim a punt right into the far corner and it's perfectly there in the end zone, right there in the far end. It's not just because everybody here has their bills go out and die, although that is exactly what happens for all of us as well. Some of the model innovations of us here in the coffin corner, I would like to say we are very proud of, Mr. Speaker, are some of these. Let me get them out for you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think some of us all here in the coffin corner have had these at one point or another. Just in case the delegate from Arlington is going on a little bit too long, we all have these out there. These are the kind of innovations that we can all get behind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Delegate Jones sat next to me for a number of years, and he's no longer with us to defend himself, so I figured I'd tell a few stories about him as well. So, Mr. Speaker, for the better part of session, Delegate Jones was very meticulous. He was a very sort of prim and proper fellow about his workspace and his desk. I think Delegate Bourne can agree about that as well. So he's a very proper guy. But I got in the habit of every day just taking all of my trash and just putting it in his desk at the end of the day. And he didn't notice that for, I'm going to say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, darn near a month. He didn't notice that until his desk was brimming to the top. You could literally see it. Good Lord. All right. Okay. He didn't notice that until finally we had a crossover day, and somebody, Delegate Krizik, I'm looking at you, may have clued him into that. And so while I was back in the corner getting something to eat, Delegate Jones finally took every piece of trash for about 15 different desks and piled that up so high that I could not see the Speaker's desk, Mr. Speaker. So some of you also, Mr. Speaker, may have noticed that Delegate Delaney, who sits directly in front of me, she is wonderful. But you might also notice that the best way to see Delegate Delaney on these cameras would be a straight shot, Mr. Speaker, right from the camera directly in front of her. But we don't do that in this body, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do that from a camera off to the corner right here. And the reason for that is because our wonderful camera operators here have gotten in the habit of noticing that Delegate Bourne and I enjoy ourselves. What's not to enjoy ourselves with this body? Because we've been, in fact, put in the penalty box, Mr. Speaker, by our camera operators, because we might have had some mustaches, Mr. Speaker. We might have had a floating Coke bottle at one point, about a dozen weird faces, and at one point or another, a sign that might have said, "We heart Carrie Delaney," that might have gotten in at some point onto the camera, Mr. Speaker. So I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I have had the honor from both Republican and Democratic speakers, Mr. Speaker, of being told that I am unbecoming of the body. And I'm proud of that one. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. You see, thank you. Why? Why? Yeah, we are about to find out. You see, when I first got here about 8 years ago, Delegate Anderson, Rich Anderson, ended the Pledge of Allegiance every time with play ball, which I just thought was great because I love baseball. A couple of my colleagues here, Delegate Krizik including, really into baseball and to fantasy baseball in particular. And so Delegate Anderson ended Pledge of Allegiance with play ball, so I figured once he left, I was going to keep doing that. And then our former Democratic speaker told me during COVID that I was too loud, I say, when saying play ball. Because it turns out that over Zoom, it gets really loud when you do that. And I was being unbecoming of the body. So then when we came back live and in person, Mr. Speaker, I was also told that I was unbecoming of the body, Mr. Speaker. Bipartisan agreement that nobody wants to hear me say play ball. So for years, my advice to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, has been that whenever they were about to speak, whatever you do, don't curse. It's the last thing that I've been saying to anybody. I might not have actually put it exactly like that. I might have actually used a word that rhymes with duck. But don't get me caught giving a speech advocate. So what happened was that we had a speech where we were, now we're already seeing one of these out there. So we were having an inland port speech, and Delegate Goditis gave me a little bit of my own medicine. She said, whatever you do, don't curse. Well, darn it, Mr. Speaker, that's hard advice to avoid when you were having to give advice with a word that rhymes with ship, Mr. Speaker. And so about 15 times in that speech, all of a sudden now there is a video of me going out there on the rolls of the House of Delegates where I say a word that rhymes with ship. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would say, though, is in all seriousness that this is an amazing body, and I am so grateful and so loving for all of you here and spending these last 8 years with you. The friendships that I've had during this time I will keep with me for my entire life. Some of you may know at one point 4 members of this body's family have actually been taught by my father, who was a high school teacher at Robinson Secondary School in Fairfax County. I was Delegate Bulova, Delegate Collins' wife, Delegate Lopez, and then myself. We are a very small body, yet we cross the Commonwealth. I mention that because this body is a remarkable family and a remarkable close one. And as many of you know, when my family experienced a terrible loss this year, you surrounded us with love, with care, with prayer, and we could not be more grateful. Rebecca, Daniel, Henry, William, and I are so thankful for all the letters and the gifts and the phone calls in these past 2 months. We're especially grateful to all those who came to Peter's funeral. It is a horrible thing to outlive a child. It's unnatural. But to know that over the course of these last 8 years, and especially these last 2 months, you have all been with us, it makes my heart sing with joy. Because for me, that means that for this moment, the Mullins may be a family of 5, but we are, in fact, a family surrounded of 100. And I say thank you. And I love you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't let this moment pass without one last time being unbecoming of the House. And so I say one last time, play ball.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met Mike Mullen when he was 5 years old. Not emotionally, physically. He still hasn't really aged that much emotionally. His dad was my AP English teacher. And he was also David Bulova's AP English teacher. And we were lucky to see Mike grow up and become this truly amazing attorney and family member and friend. And he has been such an amazing and incredible member of this body because he will joke, he will always be, around to sort of talk about, how serious we're taking ourselves and maybe we should tone it down a few notches, a few hundred notches. But if there's one person who truly cares about this institution and cares about our ability to help change people's lives, and who really adored being here every day and being with each of you, talking about and debating and getting the weeds on public policy that will help make lives better for thousands, tens of hundreds of thousands of people we don't even know, and more importantly, who don't know us. It's Mike Mullen. And so I stand here today happy for Mike and the decisions he's made, but sad for myself, and sad for us, and sad for Virginia. Because we need more Mike Mullins. We need more people who are here because they desperately care about doing the right thing. They desperately care about making Virginia a better place. And whenever I go to his house, I see something that is sort of small. He has this amazing library, I might add. If you ever get a chance to check out his library, it's incredible. There's a small little box with a pen that's just hanging near the library. And it's the pen that got rid of the death penalty in Virginia. And he did that. We all helped. We all debated it. We all got in the weeds on the public policy. But one person did it and really fought for it for years. That's the kind of person we should be. We should strive for. The kind of person who Virginians deserve. Someone who cares enough to fight for something for years. And so one of the most joyous things I ever experienced was his joy, seeing it get done. And I got to tell you, Mike's a little crazy. Just try to be the co-whip with Mike Mullen. But there's nobody that I want to have in my foxhole than the son of my teacher, Mike Mullen, or son of my teacher, Mike Mullen. You will be missed. You are deeply appreciated. And on behalf of literally, I just used the word literally, I apologize, on behalf of the tens of thousands of people who don't know you, but should, and should care about all that you've accomplished, and who will benefit because of the work you've done, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my good friend.
The delegate from Fairfax County, Delegate Fillercorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this body, as I look back on my 14 sessions here in the House of Delegates, a powerful forum for debate and decisions, I can't help but think of our collective history. 404 years ago was the birth, not only of Virginia's democracy, but it began our Commonwealth's long journey of leadership in our country and forged its role as the birthplace of America's democracy. The values and ideas that come from this body have and do still play a leading role in moving our country forward. And just like our country, we have a history of triumph and also tragedy. There is much to be proud of, but there's much to be rectified and addressed. This has been an ongoing experiment of self-government and making a more perfect union. Each of you here, many of whom are also departing after this year, are part of that collective legacy. The story of the American Republic began here in Virginia in 1619 and continues today with each of you, citizen lawmakers, serving your constituents and the Commonwealth as a whole. What a privilege it has been to serve with you and to see your continued commitment to your values, to your constituents, and to your communities. There's a famous quote about government, Mr. Speaker, from former Vice President Hubert Humphrey, and says, quote, "The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the disabled," end quote. While I think those are profound examples of who we serve, there are still many Vice President Humphrey left out, including women and many people who were told they didn't look the part, they didn't have the right background, they didn't have the right faith, they didn't have the right skin color, they didn't have the right gender identity or sexual orientation, and often lived in the shadows of the most powerful. The moral test of government is how those people are treated as well. I look around this room and this building, and I think of all of you, my longtime colleagues, and think about what you have done to live up to that moral standard of government. And as I have said before, Mr. Speaker, and it bears repeating, Virginia has some of the best legislators in the country. We all know that next year's legislature is going to look a lot different. There will be many new faces in this chamber. Some have expressed concern about the loss of institutional knowledge, but there's also great promise and potential inherent in welcoming new members, new diverse members to this body. I learned quickly when I was first sworn into the House that nothing of consequence is accomplished here without strong relationships and trust. To all incoming and returning members, I encourage you to hit the ground running and build as many relationships as possible with your colleagues on both sides of the aisle, with your constituents, and with the advocates and staff who make this legislature function. And to those currently on the campaign trail, I know this process can be overwhelming, but I urge you to remember there is only one pledge that any of us should make. That is to our constituents. When we pledge to always vote in the best interest of our district and to the Commonwealth as a whole. Be true to yourself. Be loyal to your constituents. Be loyal to your colleagues. Your reputation is based on trust. As I mentioned, there are many people who make the House of Delegates and the Capitol function, and who rarely, Mr. Speaker, get the recognition that they so deserve. But starting with my family, Mr. Speaker, my supportive partner in all things, my husband, Bob, who is here today, my wonderful young adult children, Jeremy and Alana. Without their love and their support daily, I could not have accomplished what I did and would not be able to accomplish what I do every single day. Thank you, and I love them very much. I'd also like to give my deepest gratitude to my amazing, hardworking, professional, talented current staff, and they are with me in the gallery today, David Carey, Tyler Javanillo, and Sam Yeager. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to not just me and our office, but to the Commonwealth as a whole. For all of us, all of my previous staff members as well during my speakership, also all of our collective legislative aides. They give of themselves every single day, not just to their delegate, but to the entire Commonwealth. And we know that they have extremely challenging jobs. We could not do what we do, we could not serve our constituents without the important roles that they play every single day. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge everyone who works in this body, in this building, from Clerk Nardo, Assistant Clerk Braxton, and his incredibly talented, professional, effective, and efficient team, to the Capitol Police officers, to security staff, committee staff, IT staff, legislative services, administrative staff, the caterers, those that clean, all those who support us as legislators, workers and citizens who come to this building every day to do the people's business. You all are the institutional backbone of the General Assembly. I am so incredibly grateful for your service and all that you do to ensure that this institution is so special, and I say thank you. And to you, Mr. Speaker, I know how challenging yet rewarding your job is. And to each and every one of you here, and those that have gone before us, whether as elected officials, whether staff members, they've been an integral part of the history of our democracy. You have been part of historical highs and passing laws that have truly impacted Virginians' lives, made the lives of Virginians so significantly better, and even saved lives. There is much more history to be written and moral tests to be faced as we continue on this path to progress. We have made significant strides in Virginia, and I am eager and energized to continue the work with all of you here and so many outside of this chamber. And I say thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of this body.
Yeah, we're going to return to the morning hour as we are able, but we're going to take one more speech. I'm going to yield to the delegate from, or recognize the delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. But rise for point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
And I'll be brief again, knowing that we are, in fact, running out of time here in the morning hour. But I just wanted to... One, I couldn't resist. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say about the delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Fuller Corner, just a few things very quickly. It was a tremendous honor working very closely with Madam Speaker. She put me on her transition committee, and we got to work on writing the rules. And just, before that, when you were minority leader, creating a role for me to try and channel my energy, right? Marcus, you got to get up a lot. You have a lot to say. Why don't we figure out a way to channel some of that? We're going to create a role for you. We'll call you the parliamentarian. We're going to give you some work to do, and we're going to make you try and channel that energy in a positive way, in a way that affect the body in a good way. And so I thank you for that opportunity and for allowing me to do that. And I enjoyed working with you so much on the rules, and we tried to think of everything that could possibly happen on the first day, right? This was going to be a historic change in party, first female speaker, and we thought about the rules. We even decided we weren't going to do the rules the first day so that everything would go nice and smooth. We would just do the regular, easy, perfunctory resolutions that have to happen to organize everything. So what could possibly go wrong? It'll be a nice, smooth, easy day. Ceremony, everybody would celebrate. We'll do the hard stuff tomorrow. So what could go wrong with that plan? And so we sent over a Senate a resolution appointing a committee to inform the governor that we'd organized. We were going to send up 4 delegates and 3 senators, the way that the resolution had always been done. Right? It was just the standard. Tricia and these guys helped us draft. No, this is the same one we do every 2 years. We're going to send it over. And back comes an amendment from the Senate saying, no, this resolution won't work. We need 4 delegates and 4 senators, right? And Mr. Speaker and Mr. Speaker Cox both come and said, no, you guys can't accept that amendment. Don't do that, right? And brought us all together as a body and reminded us all that the real enemy, we may have our disagreements over here and our disagreements over there, but at the end of the day, we all know that the enemy is the body down the hall, and that's what we really fight with. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it has been a great pleasure. I know others will have some more to say after the break when we come back, but I didn't want to let this moment pass without first thanking you for all that you've done to help me in my career, but to help all Virginians, to help make this body a better place, to help make our rules more inclusive. I mean, the list of accomplishments goes on and on and on, and I know that there'll be more. You're not leaving the service of the Commonwealth. I'm sure we'll see you around in the future. You're just leaving this body for now, and so I wanted to take my opportunity to thank you on behalf of as many of us as I can, and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will call the calendar.
Calendar for today, Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. This is the 2023 reconvened session. Page 1 of the printed calendar, first category, one bill in this category, House bill vetoed by the governor. Category of House bill vetoed by the governor. That measure is House Bill 1536, which is an act directing the Department of Human Resource Management to update the grievance procedure manual as it pertains to employees of the Department of Corrections and the Department of Juvenile Justice. Legislation was passed, communicated to the governor, he returned it with a veto. That veto is available to the public online, to the members in the calendar and electronically. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Suffolk, Delegate Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's veto.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about due process. This bill overwhelmingly passed the House and the Senate. This bill was brought on behalf of employees working within the Department of Corrections. When an employee is accused of violation, to access the evidence or information regarding their violation, the policy requires employers to release that information or that evidence within 10 days of receiving the request for the evidence. The employer can provide that information in writing, in a bunker, classified location, whatever is suitable. Currently, there are some cases that do not receive that information within 10 days, and that time frame is extended until the day of the trial. On the day of the trial is when some employees get to see the evidence or the information presented against them. Mr. Speaker, the governor got this bill wrong. This bill requires the Office of Employment Dispute Resolution to review decisions made by a hearing officer or to determine noncompliance regardless of whether both parties are satisfied with the outcome. That's not the case. It does not require that, as the governor says. This bill does not require a review after a case has been litigated. The bill only requires a review of cases where an employee does not receive the evidence related to their violation within the timeline as specified in the policy, within a timely manner, due process. The governor said this would lead to an increase in workloads and possible delays, ultimately hindering the efficiency of the current collaborative process. Mr. Speaker, I thought that we just added additional funding to the AG's office to handle workloads. If Virginia is good for employers, let's also assure Virginia is good for employees. A vote to override the governor's veto today is a vote for due process, it's a vote for our correctional officers, and a vote for justice. Mr. Speaker, I move to override the governor's veto. Thank you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's veto.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it was originally intended, this bill was about probationary employees and how they file grievances. It's a bill that first came to the Public Safety Subcommittee among hundreds of other bills we had. As we all know, we do about 2,000 bills in a year, and sometimes things go through because we support the concept. It makes sense to us, and we're doing due diligence on each bill as they come through, and this bill came out of subcommittee unanimous. It got a little bit of a fever in full committee, as I'm sure you all have seen. Looking at LIS, this bill was much broader. And literally real time in full committee, some of us on this side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle tried to amend and edit this bill to kind of save the concept that it was going to. And we came up with what you see today that had passed the House and the Senate. It went over to the Senate, and the first time it had an opportunity to have testimony in its new drafted form was on the Senate side, but the administration was not able to testify over there. So the first time we truly got feedback from a set of eyes that had more than a couple of minutes or an hour to look at this was when the administration was able to get a hold of it. And it makes complete sense of the concern of the governor. You see, the bill as passed in its form says that the Resource Management shall update the grievance procedure manually by amending to require the Office of Equal Employment and Dispute Resolution to review and issue a written decision when a party is non-compliant with any of the requirements of the grievance procedure. It doesn't say when there's still disagreement. It doesn't say except when there is agreement. It says in any of these situations, there shall be a written ruling. And those rulings are not simple. They're not short. They can be 17-plus pages. They open up the process for appeals, and this creates a lot more work and a lot more time and a lot more effort on something that may have already been agreed to, that then takes away other needs, other disagreements, other grievances that more effort and time should be placed on. So what the governor's asking here is for us to veto this bill, and it can come back next year, and we can make sure we address these concerns, because of the biggest thing that we do here is not only to make sure that we have the right legislation going out that address issues, but make sure we get the words right, because the words matter, and sometimes they have unintended consequences. And for that reason, Mr. Governor, or Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we uphold the governor's veto.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the clerk, the vote will be, shall the governor's veto be overridden? And if you want to vote with the governor, you'd vote no. If you want to vote against the governor, you'd vote yes. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. The question will be, shall the House override the governor's veto? And I agree that your choosing of sides is appropriate. Thank you. The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's veto.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our grievance policies in our Commonwealth suck. They just suck. You have to file a grievance in Virginia Beach, let me start there, to your supervisor. So if you have a problem with your supervisor, you report it to your supervisor. So you can imagine how many employees right after the mass shooting in 2019 were arrested. There were 2 people arrested just because they were not okay at work. There was no grievance policy for them. And if we're talking about the 10 days, I've had experience with this with my husband. The 10 days went like that. We got our stuff. That was it. That was it. It was not hard. It is not an undue burden. This is a made-up thing where it's an undue burden. When are we going to put people first? A vote for this, a vote to override the governor's veto is a vote for the people and working families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the House override the governor's veto? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 44, noes 51.
Ayes 44, noes 51. The governor's veto is sustained. The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bills 1595 on page 9, 1598 on page 9, 1730 on page 10, 1807 on page 13, 1943 on page 16, 2185, page 21, 2193, page 21, 2343, page 24, and 1368, page 25 be taken up in a block, Mr. Speaker.
Do we double check the numbers?
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did.
Delegate Kilgore moves that the aforementioned bills be taken up in a block. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will call the bills in a block.
Mr. Speaker, the bills in the block moved by Delegate Kilgore, those bills are page 9, House Bill 1595, House Bill 1598 on that same page, page 10, House Bill 1730, on page 21, House Bills 2185 and 2193. Page 24, the printed calendar, House Bill 2343. Page 25, House Bill 2368. Those are the 9 bills in the block moved by the Majority Leader. 1943 on page 16 is in that, and which is the other one? 1807. It's in the block as well. Did I skip that one? I apologize. There are 9 bills in the block.
All right. Let's make House will be at ease. 10 seconds. Shall the bills be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Not working? Okay. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Continuing in that category of House bills with recommendations by the governor, next measure, up is printed on page 2 of the printed calendar, House Bill 1400, which is an act appropriating the public revenues for the 2 years ending respectively June 30th, 2023 and June 30th, 2024, and other matters relating to General Appropriation Act. Legislation was communicated to the governor. The governor returned it with 4 line amendments. Those line amendments are available to the public, to the members. They are now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the measure.
The delegate has the floor.
The amendments are to House Bill 1400, also known as a budget bill. There are 4 amendments that will ensure the continued smooth operation of the government while negotiations continue on the complete set of amendments for the enacted budget of 2022 and 2024. And what it does is this enrolled bill makes changes to Chapter 2 that provide appropriations for items that were contingent upon the 2022 revenue collections. You remember we had some triggers put into place, and these enacts those triggers, such as $250 million to the VRS, et cetera. So it goes to the front page. Amendment 1 goes to the front page to make sure that these numbers are correct. They address tax conformity, balance sheet actions, and appropriations provided in the enrolled measures, such as those triggers. Amendments 2 and 3 to ensure that federal funds for TANF and Medicaid programs, we have to re-benchmark the Medicaid program, since during the ARP funding, we didn't do that. We need to purge the rolls and find out who's eligible to be on the rolls and not eligible on the rolls. And Amendment 4 is in Newport News. There's a place called Jeff Labs, and we are in the running for between a $300 and $500 million super collider computer, and this is in conjunction with the federal government. They want us to put up good faith money of $43 million to house this. We're not going to put the money up, but we are going to say we're going to guarantee a Treasury loan for $43 million. So these are the 4 amendments that I would ask that we accept the governor's amendments to House Bill 1400, the 4 amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Over on page 8 of the printed calendar, next measure of governor's bills and recommendations, that category, House Bill 1438. It is an act to amend and reenact a section of the Code of Virginia relating to oyster replenishment fund. Legislation passed here, went over to the governor, who returned his recommendation as an amendment in nature of the substitute. That amendment in nature substitute is available to the public, is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
House Bill 1438, when it left here, was a tax credit. The governor took it and made it more like Senator Mason's SB 997 that also passed this House, but that was a grant program. It also moved it to the VMRC that actually handles the oyster replenishment. I hope it's the pleasure of the body to accept the substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 79, noes 15.
Ayes 79, noes 15. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Next up is House Bill 1550, which is an act relating to child abuse or neglect. Findings of local Department of Social Services appeal. The legislation communicated to the governor and returned with the governor's recommendation returned as an amendment in nature of substitute. That amendment in nature of substitute is available to the public, to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Smith, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the substance of the governor's amendment is simply to put a 90-day finite timeline on the Board of Education to act upon an application by a teacher who has had their license previously suspended by virtue of a finding of abuse and neglect. This is the substance of the amendment is in accord with the governor's efforts to try to streamline, make the agencies and bureaucracy more efficient in addressing these matters. As many of you know, the Board of Education is woefully behind on acting on teacher licensure application, partially as a result of the pandemic, also for other reasons I would submit. But I think the imposition of a 90-day timeline to act is in the interest of teachers, and accordingly I would hope that the body would accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Continuing on the printed calendar on page 9, House Bills 1595 and 1598 have already been dispensed with. Therefore, next up in this category is House Bill 1637. House Bill 1637, which is an act relating to electric utilities, pilot program for underground transmission or distribution lines, additional projects. The legislation was communicated to the governor, returned with an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, now before the body.
The delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can that go by temporarily?
Without objection, by temporarily.
Continuing on page 10 of the printed calendar, if you're following that way, House Bill 1730 has already been dispensed with. Therefore, next up is House Bill 1770, which is an act relating to the Virginia Electric Utility Regulation Act, financing for certain deferred fuel costs, review proceedings, rates, return on common equity, rate adjustment clauses, capitalization ratio. Legislation was communicated to the governor, returned with 17 line amendments that are available to the public, available to the members, and they are now before the body.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the governor's amendments makes technical changes to the bill that improves grammar and comprehension of the underlying statute and ensures retail electricity customers who purchase power from a non-utility company during deferred fuel cost period are fully or partially exempt from deferred fuel cost charges. This bill, House Bill 1770 and Delegate O'Quinn 1777, should mirror each other on the changes that have been made to this. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to adopt the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 1.
Ayes 94, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Turning to page 12 of the printed calendar, next up is House Bill 1777, an act relating to Phase 1 utilities deferred fuel costs biennial reviews. Legislation communicated to the governor, returned with 17 line amendments, and the governor's recommendations available to the public and available to members and are now before the body.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendments to House Bill 1777 basically make the same technical changes on grammar and clarity as was in Delegate Kilgore's bill, and also conforms APCO's rate regulation process to the same one that we just approved in House Bill 1770, and also makes the identical language related to the fuel charges. So I would move that we accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 81, noes 14.
Ayes 81, noes 14. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1807 on page 13 has been dispensed with. Therefore, over on page 14 of the printed calendar. Next up is House Bill 1840. It is an act relating to the Eastern Virginia Medical School, establishment of Eastern Virginia Health Science Center at Old Dominion University. The legislation communicated to the governor, returned by him with an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1840 was the Eastern Virginia Old Dominion merger bill. The amendments refine and clarify the governance structure of the proposed merger and provides the bill become effective after July 1, 2023, on the date that the governor and the chairs of House Appropriations and Senate Finance provide written approval. This is we had it as a delayed enactment clause on it for January 1, 2024, but there's still some moving parts with this, with the memorandum of understanding. So that is what the amendments do, and Senator Lucas has it in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I move we accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 0.
Ayes 94, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1842 is an act relating to economic development, Virginia Business Ready Sites Acquisition Fund and Program. Legislation communicated to the governor, returned by him with 7 line amendments. The governor's recommendations available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, the amendments to House Bill 1842, which is the Virginia Business Ready Sites Acquisition Fund and Program, they provide clarity and efficiency by increasing the site acreage available from a 250 acreage minimum to a 500 acre minimum, so we can focus on the larger sites. It clarifies that prevailing wage prevents to the locality and not a specific region, because sometimes a locality may be in an economically depressed area. Provides money in the fund can be used for administration purposes, and it also provides parameters for the localities to have the first right of refusal. We want to be this a last-stop shop on site acquisitions. So we want to facilitate and help the localities any way we can. And as a last resort, the state will look at acquiring it. That's why we gave the localities a first right of refusal. Mr. Speaker, I move we accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 91, noes 4.
Ayes 91, noes 4. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1846 is an act relating to medical marijuana program, product, registration, dispensing, and record-keeping requirements, advertising. Legislators communicated to the governor, returned by him as an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, now before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Head.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the governor's substitute removes the element that would pertain to the on-site certification of patients for medical cannabis through telemedicine. It also removes the obligation for physicians, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners to register with the Board of Pharmacy before certifying patients for medical cannabis. Further defines at 15% the variance that products have to meet to before being required to register again with the Board of Pharmacy. And it also codifies the restrictive advertising parameters for the marketing of medical cannabis products. And so I would ask that we accept the governor's substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 78, noes 17.
Ayes 78, noes 17. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Over on page 16 of the printed calendar, bill before you next is House Bill 1900, which is an act relating to provisional licenses for providers of behavioral health and developmental services, notice requirement, waiver of appeal right by consent agreement. Legislators communicated to the governor. He returned it as an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the board.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the governor's recommendation deleted lines 22 to 26, which was a requirement to set up a protocol between DMAS and DBHDS to the providers of behavioral health services on their license. That language was inserted in the Senate. The bill now, the governor's recommendation now mirrors closely to what we passed out of the House in February. So we got it right the first time. So I would move that we accept the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, noes 0.
Ayes 96, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Continuing on page 16, House Bill 1924 is an act relating to minimum wage employees with disabilities. Legislators communicated to the governor, returned with an amendment nature substitute, and that governor's recommendation is available to the public and the members and on IHOD, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor's recommendations are 4 amendments. The first amendment would close the door on any new certificates being applied for, 14C certificates being applied for on July the 1st of 2023. The second amendment would, in terms of those that are existing certificates rather, about 325 employees, it would give them until July of 2030 in order to phase out those eligibility for 14C waivers. The third amendment would direct DARS and DBHDS to prioritize transitioning individuals into competitive employment. And the fourth amendment would require DARS and DBHDS to report on their progress with a report to the governor and the General Assembly by May of 2024. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move that we accept the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, no 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1929. House Bill 1929 is an act relating to educational opportunities for children of certain foreign service employees and civilian employees by the Armed Forces of the United States. Legislation was communicated to the governor. He returned it with an amendment in nature as substitute, and that governor's recommendation is available to the public, available to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Stafford, Delegate Durant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As passed, this bill created a code section stating that provisions of the Interstate Compact on educational opportunity for military children shall apply to school-age children who are dependents of federal employees under orders pursuant to Title 22 or 50 of the U.S. Code when a parent produces documentation indicating they are required to move in order to perform their job duties. In order to avoid conflict with the Interstate Compact on educational opportunity for military children, this substitute creates a separate chapter of mirroring the flexibilities of the Compact for children of parents serving under that code section without referencing the compact. This came with the recommendation that this would avoid any compliance issues for Virginia to remain a part of that. I move that we move the substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 1943 at the bottom of page 16. The printed calendar has been dispensed with. Therefore, over on page 17. Next up is House Bill 1948, an act relating to absentee voting, witness requirement, required information on return ballot envelope, unique identifier. Legislation was communicated to the governor. He returned it with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is available to the public, to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
House Bill 1948, when it passed this body, it had that you could use your unique identifier if you did not have a Social Security number, but the governor just wanted to make it clear that if you did have a Social Security number, that would be the item that you would have to put on the absentee ballot, and not just the digits. There are 343 citizens that are registered voters in Virginia that do not have Social Security numbers. The other thing that it also did was, instead of having the full date of birth, it's just the year of birth, which is what the poll workers can actually see in their books. So I move that we accept the governor's substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 1949 is an act relating to oyster planting grounds fees. Legislation was communicated, passed by the bodies. Both bodies communicated to the governor, returned to him with an line amendment. That alignment is available to the public, to the members here. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
All right, thank you. House Bill 1949. The governor reverted the fee from $100 to $5. It still keeps the public notice requirement for limited lease transfer as the way it was. It was the pleasure of the body to accept the amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 40, abstentions 1.
Ayes 54, noes 40, abstentions 1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Over on page 18 of the printed calendar, continuing House bills and recommendations by the governor. House Bill 1987 is an act relating to charitable gaming, temporary permits, limitations, definitions. Legislation is passed by the General Assembly, communicated to the governor. He returned HB 1987 with 4 line amendments, which are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The
or
delegate
to the
has
bill.
the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are good technical changes to the bill. What it does is it makes sure that the 7 days are each quarter, which was the intention, and not 28 days in a row. So that 7 days instead of 28. It's a very small technical change. I would move the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 90, noes 2.
Ayes 90, noes 2. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Continuing on that same page, House Bill 1992 is an act relating to juvenile and domestic relations district courts. Notice of appeal to the circuit court. Legislation passed General Assembly, communicated to the governor, and he's returned it with 2 line amendments. Those governor's recommendations available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's recommendations.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a way background, HB 1992 deals with appeals from the JDR court to the circuit court. The governor's recommendations brings additional clarity to the bill. It provides that the notice be served consistent with Rule 1:12 of the Rules of the Supreme Court of Virginia. The governor's recommendations also make it clear that it shall not, and a failure to make service shall not affect the validity of the otherwise proper appeal. Also, it provides the court options of continuing a hearing until service is made or dismiss the appeal absent a showing of good cause by the appealing party. I move the adoption of the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, noes 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Over on page 19 of the printed calendar, House Bill 2024 is an act relating to personal information of judges and magistrates. Penalty, General Assembly passed this legislation. We communicated it to him. Governor returned it with an amendment nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Leftwich.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Leftwich.
Mr. Speaker, can this bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, by temporarily.
Continuing on page 19, House Bill 2026 is an act relating to renewable energy, biomass-fired facilities, Department of Forestry Advisory Panel report. Legislation communicated to the governor. He returned it with recommendations in the form of 4 lot amendments. Those lot amendments are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can this bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, by temporarily.
So that's Mr. Speaker, over on page 20, House Bill 2071 is an act relating to persons other than ministers who may perform rites of marriage. Clerk, issuance of order, bond requirement. Legislation passed by the General Assembly, communicated to the governor. Governor's recommendation was returned in the form of 7 line amendments. Those line amendments are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's recommendations.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. As it passed the House and Senate, this court efficiency bill would have authorized circuit court clerks to sign one-time marriage authorizations and free up judges from the on this unnecessary administrative task. It also allowed local clerks to waive the bond for individuals qualified for former pauper status. It would also have made some minor technical edits. The governor seemed fit to keep the final responsibility for these authorizations with circuit court judges. However, the final bill keeps the flexibility for the court to waive the fee for poor individuals. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 58, noes 37.
Ayes 58, noes 37. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Same page, House Bill 2169 is an act relating to the parole board eligibility determinations reports. Legislation was communicated to the governor. He returned it with a line amendment, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor's recommendation actually codifies the current practice of seeking input from victims of crimes and notifying Commonwealth's attorneys prior to making a decision on parole. Specifically, this would require the Virginia Parole Board to notify and request input from Commonwealth's attorneys and then allow input victim statements to be placed in the packet going forward. This would help for victims not having to return and relive their experiences over and over and instead have their voices heard through a victim impact statement. I would ask that this body move the adoption of the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 60, noes 35.
Ayes 60, noes 35. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Over on page 21 of the printed calendar, House Bills 2185 and 2193 have already been dispensed with. Therefore, over on page 22, next up is House Bill 2222. It is an act relating to surgical assistance practice prior licensure. Legislation was passed by the two bodies, communicated to the governor. Governor's recommendation was returned as an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from, I forgot.
Fairfax.
Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I would note that House Bill 2222, as it was enrolled and passed the House, dealt simply with creating essentially a temporary license status for surgical assistants. And what the bill sent down by the governor does deals with surgical assistants as well as surgical technicians and goes from somebody simply allowing a brief period of temporary licensure while you're waiting for your test results to completely changing the way this whole other category of surgical folks are licensed, what they have to do, how they can be accredited, and so forth. So I would say it goes well beyond the scope of the original bill, is therefore not germane to the underlying bill, and not properly enforced.
House will be at ease. The House will come to order. The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon, raised a germaneness objection to House Bill 2222, the governor's recommendations. The enrolled bill relates to, it appears, surgical assistance and the practice of certain medical personnel in that form prior to licensure. The governor's recommendations likewise address the practice of certain medical personnel prior to licensure, and I don't believe that I don't believe it's apples and oranges. I think it's sufficiently related that it would pass a germaneness test, and I so find. The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the governor's recommendation.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, HB 2222 left this chamber unanimously, 100-0. Went over to the Senate, and the Senate put a substitute in place that had some pretty bad changes to the bill. This body, not me, this body agreed that the Senate had put some pretty bad changes to the bill, and we sent it back over to them. And during the conference report, the conference committee decided that those changes were bad that the Senate tried to put on it. Why were they bad? They were bad because here in the Commonwealth, we care about the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. We have the Board of Medicine that looks at and scrutinizes any health practitioners and approve of their credentials through a certification process. What the Senate has done is slapped on this bill a process that circumvents that gold standard that we have here in the Commonwealth of Virginia of looking at and scrutinizing the rigor that our health professions go through in order to allow them to practice here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And what they have done is say, let's bypass that process. Let's allow these individuals to not go through that process and allow them to put their hands on our patients, our citizens, without proper credentials, as our Board of Professions would agree. And so, through this process, we have rejected that, and the conferees, including the Senate conferees, all agreed during that time. And guess what happened? After we agreed on the conference report unanimously, including the other chamber unanimously, here we are. The recommendations that the governor is making circumvents the Board of Health Professions study process. It's going to punish those who obtain education at Virginia's community college programs by rewarding those who pay to play through unaccredited programs. It devalues the certifications paid for and held for the last 2 years. And then, of course, it's going to threaten public health and safety by certifying individuals who the Board of Medicine has said do not meet the minimum competency standards for certification. And so it's for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, that I ask you to vote no and reject the governor's recommendations.
The delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendments.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, and all due deference to the patron, I was one of the conferees, and I supported that language as it went forward, and I liked that a little bit better potentially than what we see here today. But however, that being said, my concern is if we do not accept these amendments, then we are left with the current status quo prior to this legislation, which I think is an even worse position. I think the governor's amendments do give flexibility at the local hospital level to hire personnel, to do their own certification, credentialing, as it were, under their own terms. It does make clear that there's also communication of a grandfathering process for those who are currently out there doing this until the end of this year. And so for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that we would accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 49, noes 45.
Ayes 49, noes 45. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Continuing on page 22, House Bill 2275 is an act relating to energy planning, electric utility oversight, Commission on Electricity Utility Regulation, membership meetings, powers and duties, and staffing, Virginia Energy Plan, public presentation of draft plan draft, and electric utilities integrated resource plans report. The legislation was approved by the General Assembly, sent to the governor, who returned it with amendment nature substitute, and that amendment nature substitute is available to the public, the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these amendments that the governor has added to House Bill 2275 deals with the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation, or SEWR as we call it, and what the governor is asking that we increase the number from 13 to 14, which would add an ex officio member of from the Attorney General's office, and also require that the 3 citizen expert members to each have an experience in ratepayer advocacy. Also requires some utility regulation training for SEWR members annually by the SEC, and also allows the SEWR to issue a tax ratepayer impact statement at the request of legislator or at the request of the chair of the respective committees in the House and Senate, so that we can really take a longer look at the way these utility legislation would affect our ratepayers. I hope it will be the pleasure of the House to adopt the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, no 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 2294 is an act relating to tetrahydrocannabinol, industrial hemp, regulated hemp products. Legislation approved by the General Assembly, sent to the governor. The governor has returned it with an amendment nature substitute. That amendment nature substitute is available to the public, to the members here, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2294 and Senate Bill 903 were 2 crucial pieces of legislation that we passed during the session that protects our citizens from harmful and dangerous synthetic hemp and Delta 8 products. And we made a major step in the right direction of getting the potential dangerous synthetic THC products off the shelves, but we made illegal a set of CBD products that had positive treatment capabilities for those who suffer from treatments. A lot of you all were here in 2015 when we had Lisa Smith and her daughter Haley come before the committees, and they were actually the inspiration for the 2015 CBD oil legislation. And the ratio that we adopted, the bill that we adopted then really helped Haley to not experience as many seizures as she was before the CBD oil and the CBD derivatives were allowed to address her issue in her medical treatment. She's just one of thousands of Virginians who face a similar situation. What the governor did was he introduced a CBD to THC ratio, which allows a limited number of products to exceed the 2 milligram package cap contained in the bill. But the most important aspect of the underlying legislation requires products to be under the 0.3 total THC to remain legal to sell. And that's widely accepted, has a small amount of THC that would not produce an intoxicating high. A lot of these products are going to meet vigorous standards as we move through this process. And also, we took out the bittering agent, the governor did, for hemp topicals. There was no evidence that the bittering agents in a hemp topical should be required. And finally, a couple other things that we removed the requirement for a lab to be DEA certified. What the governor's office and others found was that there was not enough DEA labs out there to do this process, and even the USDA has backed off of hemp testing labs to be DEA certified. So what we did require a lab to be ISO certified, which is an internationally recognized and highly coveted by labs that would receive this certification. And also require, and this is I think one tool that the governor's amendments adds to the enforcement front, is requiring anyone who wants to continue to be in this market to pay a $1,000 fee to do so. And what that does, it's going to keep those folks from setting up on your farmers markets and things of that nature, or your pop-up shops and things of that nature, so that VDAX can really figure out who is in this arena. I know a lot of you, I've heard from a lot of you that you're concerned about all these shops that are popping up in your particular jurisdictions, and I think that this will go a long way into addressing those. Is it a perfect bill? No. But as somebody said earlier, let's not let the perfect get in the way of doing something good here. But we do address the issue of those individuals like Haley and Lisa Smith who need this to address their particular issue. And I hope it is the pleasure of the House to adopt the governor's substitute. Thank you, Mr.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Hold on. Let's destroy the rule. I don't have anybody up in my queue. The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I thought I had my light on, but apparently I had my speaker on. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
And first, I'd like to say, I am so grateful to have our General Assembly process as it is here and not like in Tennessee. I always feel like we can speak our mind and we can say what needs to be said, and we're not cut off, and we can have a reasonable conversation, so I appreciate that. I know that many of you all have made up what you think is your minds on this, and I just ask for an open mind as I discuss this bill. This is a very important bill, and this bill is about money at this point, and the bill that we had before this substitution was about public safety, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. First, I want to address the elephant in the room, as I am told that many people have sort of, to one degree or another, questioned my ability to speak to this because I work certifying patients for medical cannabis. What I will tell you about that, follow the money. Now, I haven't received any money from medical processors in an amount more than $13,000 since I've been here. That's the total amount. 12 of that was in 21, and 1 was last year, full stop. As an income, I make more money working for other things as a clinician. So I don't do this because of money. I do this because I'm passionate about it, and I'm passionate about doing it right. So that's the first thing I want to address. Now, as to some of the information that you've been given, it's very concerning to me, some of these false narratives, and I'm particularly sad that an out-of-state hemp company has leveraged vulnerable patient populations for their own agenda. In 2015, we passed legislation about CBD for this very population and subsequently developed a medical cannabis program. I have many patients who have these vulnerable conditions, epilepsy included. The research shows very clearly that CBD helps with epilepsy, and CBD with THC helps in a ratio of 49-1. That means for 98 milligrams of CBD, 2 milligrams of THC, and there is no research that goes beyond that. What research shows is that while that very teeny tiny amount of THC can help with diminishing the seizure, because mostly CBD does that, the THC actually can worsen the post-oxygenation, post-seizure oxygenation in the brain. Now, that being said, I have been given 100% guarantee that this exact same product can be made in the quantities, in the proportions, all of that, in our medical cannabis program for less money. 100% guarantee can be done. Why would we want to support an out-of-state business who grows hemp outside? You can go to their website, they germinate it inside, they bring it outside, and as I mentioned to you, hemp is a very, very greedy plant. It will suck up everything in the air and the earth and the water, so it's going to harbor potential contaminants that may or may not be tested for. So we have a medical program to address this. It is incredibly easy to do this, to be a part of, and you can get the products at a less costly rate. Now, if it was truly about this ratio, right, then the legislation would say 25-1 for tinctures or oil-based tinctures, full stop. That is not what it says. That's not what it says, because that's not the intent. And this is where we were duped in 2021, and that's why I sent the video talking about how Delta 8 is intoxicating, and this is what's coming with the emergency hemp bill. Once again, you're getting false information, and what I'm telling you is the federal standard of the hemp bill is 0.3% dry weight, has been like that for 5 or 6 years now. Nothing has changed. 0.3% is what has been bastardized in the hemp community to sell THC products in higher levels than we have in the medical program today. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. I really want you to hear this. So to have this ratio, even if it was a real thing, which nobody does this, but even if it was a real thing, please know that it is going to be a concentrate added to what have you. So it doesn't need to be the size of a pizza, as you've been told. The brownie needs to be the size of a pea, not a pizza. We have 325 milligram Tylenol. We have 500 milligram Tylenol. We have 1,000 milligram Tylenol. They can all be the same size. You know why? Because the medicine is what the medicine is, and the rest is filler. THC in any amount means 20 milligrams, 1,000 of CBD. Now, research shows, the most recent was published in February 2023 of JAMA, done right here at Johns Hopkins, that CBD, when given with THC, does in fact create what we call in the medical community the entourage effect. What does that mean? It's an enhanced effect. The literature shows, in this study and others, that CBD in high doses, in this one study, it was 20 milligrams to 640 milligrams of CBD, so a little higher, 31-1 ratio, actually increased motor dysfunction, psychological dysfunction, intoxication. It increases it, doesn't decrease it. What CBD can do sometimes is mitigate some of the negative feelings that are associated, like tachycardia, which is heart racing, and paranoia. It does not affect the high, full stop. So I heard that somebody said in the product, in the container given to some of these people who are advocating for a product from Colorado, that there's 216 milligrams of THC. So a 25-1 ratio means 54, if I did my math right, 100 milligrams of CBD. And the person said, you could drink that whole bottle and not get high. Well, if you do that, please get a room across from MCV, because you're going to be miserable after about a third of the bottle. This is nothing to mess around with, okay? So these are some of the false narratives that I want to explain, but I want to explain something else. I heard just about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, that this current bill moves the ball down the field. It does not move the ball down the field. It makes the ball go backwards, okay? Let me tell you why we are creating a state-sanctioned, illicit THC market by doing it this way and not the original Kilgore bill way. There are 6, I have the bill in front of me, 6 places in this new version that speak to these ratios, okay? And just to be brief about it, it talks about 0.3%, which we already mentioned, is the federal hemp bill standard at dry weight, all right? And it also speaks to a cap that was originally 2 milligrams for the total end product of sale, and then it talks about this 25-to-1 ratio. In 3 sections of these 6, and I'm happy to give you the line number, they're definitional, okay? And in the definitional pieces, they say contains a total tetrahydrocannabinol concentration of no greater than 0.3% and contains either no more than 2 milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol per package or an amount of cannabidiol that is no less than 25 times greater than the amount of the total packaging. In the other sections, you'll see that that or is flipped to and. Well, what are these sections? These are the enforcement sections. Every time the enforcement section goes there, they flip it. Now, the one thing I learned from many of you on the right, words matter. I learned that specifically about words like these. So when you get to enforcement, who's going to enforce it? The same people enforcing it now. And they've done an awesome job, we'd all agree, right? No. They've done a horrible job. And it's not their fault. There's no people to do it. It's not a priority. It will remain the same. And if you look at the language, not only is it not going to be enforced in a different way, you actually get to pick. So if you look at the language, you get to pick or. Are you going to enforce it based on 0.3%, which is what we're doing now, or the combination of 25-to-1 and 2 milligrams? That is very different. That is a very different situation, because what if you like hemp farmer A and you don't like hemp farmer B? So you're going to shut down hemp farmer B because what? Because they are not meeting the 25-to-1 ratio or the 2 milligram, but the other one's just meeting the 0.3. So that variability is wrong. And it's a problem, and it's not how we do business. But let's just pretend that in this one section, it's going to sell, the industrial hemp processor is going to sell hemp extract to a person. A person. Not a business. They're going to sell it to a person, and they would have to know, or have reason to know, because they're mind readers, what the intent is of that processor. I mean, this is a very frustrating bill to read and to hear that people think this is okay. This is not okay. This bill does nothing. This bill does nothing. The language of this bill does nothing. It's not enforceable. It's not protecting us. It does nothing. So we're going to have the same situation we have now. And while it addresses tetrahydrocannabinol, let me tell you, there are a number of intoxicating hemp and synthetic products that aren't called tetrahydrocannabinol. Okay? So it's not getting rid of the problem. The other bill wasn't perfect either. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this bill remains the same problem that we've had. So this is about money. This isn't about people, public safety. This is about putting the genie back in the bottle. It's going to cost them money, and we all knew it was going to cost money. Because this was not the intent of the bill that was passed when we were sold rope, not dope in 21. People thought it was rope. It was clearly dope. It will continue to be dope unless we rein this in. People do not sell these concentrates that are being sold to the processor in milligrams or ratios either. They sell them in volumes. So it's going to be milliliters, liters, or gallons. It's not in these ratios. So every single thing about these particulars is problematic. It's based in untruth. It's based in lobbying. You know, follow the money. Follow the money after this session. This is not a public safety bill. This does not move the needle. And I'm sorry to say that. And I frankly feel like we're saving the governor from himself, his people, to decline this, because it's going to be a problem. And for a governor who basically said, I don't want to be involved with this adult cannabis market. This is providing adult, you can call it whatever you want. It still works out to be THC at the end of the day. And it'll be illicit and state sanctioned, because that's what we have now, only it's not state sanctioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope people will vote no.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the governor's recommendations.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually perplexed, and I've gone around the room and I've asked several people, does this do what I'm reading? Does this say what I think it says? Because I stand here not as a legislator, but as a mother who's deeply concerned about access to products. And what I'm reading is that our governor, who campaigned on family values, is pushing recommendations that will actually endanger our children and give them access to more potent materials. And I've said this to several people. The delegate from Roanoke, I just texted him like, are you sure I'm right about this? Because how do we go home and say to those communities that you read every day, this child ingested this child ingested that and got sick? Even the Attorney General has made statements about what we need to do. So as someone who voted for the underlying bill, these amendments are not just bad politics. It's bad for people. It's bad for mothers. Even those mothers that y'all like, what are they called? The Moms for Liberty? Even for them, this is bad for our children. So I'm not an expert, but I am someone who has watched our children struggle and who knows that we can do the right thing by not supporting the governor and whatever industry is behind this. Because I'll tell you, as a family that struggles with chronic illness, not once have I thought, let me go down to the corner store and get this untested, unproven, unregulated product for my child. So for those who, like me, were confused and were told that this was something that it clearly is not, these recommendations are dangerous for our children, they're dangerous for our community, and I strongly encourage everyone to put politics aside and do not support the governor's recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Westmoreland, Delegate Ranson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the governor. I want to thank the governor for amending this bill.
Nobody was doing that to you. Go ahead. The
I want
delegate
to
from
thank the
Westmoreland.
governor for looking out for the families that have suffered with very serious medical conditions. And they found a way to make their family whole again through CBD products. I'm a little confused by the comments that were made that this is about big money, follow the money, follow the money. I would ask my colleagues to have a heart. If you were not here in 2015, you have never met Haley or her family there, right here in the gallery. In 2015, Haley's life, basically she was in a wheelchair. And because of these CBD products that she can only get through Colorado, she laughs, she walks, she throws a ball, she talks. She doesn't have 30 seizures a day that keeps her bedridden. She has a life. And that's for several people throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. I've also heard that the products will also contain 100 milligrams of THC and 2,500 milligrams of CBD, and those products will be highly intoxicating. Again, Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. The bill still maintains the requirement that the product will be below 0.3% of THC. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues, they've served with me for years. They know how I feel about drugs or legal drugs. But when it comes to making sure that a person has a life and we can save a life, I'm willing to do that. I think the governor's amendments are very appropriate. And I also think that he's trying to make sure that we are doing what's right and we're controlling these markets. He's also put in place a way that we can regulate. These people are going to be registered, and we're making sure that we can inspect them. So I would ask that you go back and you read the amendments, you read the bill, and we're making sure that medically we are doing the things that are very appropriate for families that need these products. And no, it's not just for epilepsy. It's for people that have neuropathy. It's for people that may suffer from cancer or other diseases that need these things. I've heard that these distributors are able to make these products. They haven't done it yet. And when you have a disease such as epilepsy, you cannot just switch from one drug to another like that, because it can actually make you relapse. So if a person like this young lady that is doing well on a drug, we need to make sure that she still has a consistent life, something that she can depend on. So, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, I would ask that you please pass this amendment, and we make sure that we are regulating appropriately what we have in place. Thank you.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the bill still gets rid of Delta 8, 9, and any synthetics that are all dangerous. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the bill's not perfect, but we cannot risk having some folks go without treatment that they feel that they need. So that's, I think, where the governor came down on the side of those individuals who need that treatment they feel they need. But, as we, this is a working process. As we move through the legislative process next year and the year after, we're going to be coming back to address a lot of these issues. But you get rid of Delta 8, you get rid of Delta 9, you get rid of the synthetics, you have people registered, you have folks and giving VDACs the opportunity to go out and enforce these so we don't have these popping up all the time because they have to pay that fee and they have to be registered. This is a step forward, and I hope that you will join with me in voting for the governor's substitute.
The delegate from Powhatan, Delegate Ware.
Mr. Speaker, I move the pending question.
As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 42.
Ayes 52, noes 42. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Over on page 23 of the printed calendar, next up is House Bill 2296, an act directing the Secretary of Finance to assess a licensing scheme for liquid nicotine. Report. The legislation was passed by the General Assembly, communicated to the governor. He returned it with 4 line amendments. The governor's recommendation is available to the public online, to the members here, and is now before the body.
Sorry. The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the governor's recommendation amendment is to move this assessment from the Secretary of Finance's office to the Virginia Alcohol Beverage Control Authority. I support what the governor's trying to do and hope that I move that we accept the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 3.
Ayes 93, noes 3. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 2325 is an act relating to agricultural land ownership by foreign adversaries prohibited. Legislation was communicated to the governor, who returned it with an amendment nature substitute. That amendment nature substitute is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Ware, or Delegate Bloxham. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill went over to the governor's office, and he was approached through titlers and some lenders, and they were scared that this would really stop the process. So what he ended up doing was changing it to where it protects the seller of the property, the title company, the lender, contractors, tax lien holders, and basically any Virginian that wanted to sell it. And the risk would be at the foreign adversarial country. So I hope it is the pleasure of the body to support the substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 68, noes 27.
Ayes 68, noes 27. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Over on page 24 of the printed calendar, House Bill 2332 is an act relating to the Virginia Economic Development Partnership Authority, eligible site for site development grant, acreage requirements. Legislation passed the General Assembly, communicated to the governor, who returned it with an amendment nature substitute. That governor's recommendation is available to the public online, to the members here. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Rockbridge, Delegate Campbell.
Oh, sorry, haven't been here for a while. I forgot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2332, as passed by this body, reduced the acreage requirement for the Virginia Business Ready Sites Program from 100 contiguous acres to 50 contiguous acres in order for them to be eligible for the grants. The governor's amendment stipulates that only localities without 100-acre sites will be eligible for site development grants on a 50-acre site to ensure that high-demand, larger sites will still be available while providing localities without large sites to access to this resource. I move that we pass the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 1.
Ayes 94, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 2338 is an act relating to the Transit Ridership Incentive Program funds, improving accessibility, transition to zero emissions. Legislation approved by the General Assembly, communicated to the governor, who returned it with 3 aligned amendments. The governor's recommendations are available to the public, to the members here, and are now before the body.
Who we got? Sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The delegate from Botetourt.
Thank you, Mr.
Delegate
Speaker.
Austin.
Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, HB 2338 is a transit ridership incentive program, use of funds, improving accessibility. The governor's amendments removes the ability to purchase or enhance electric buses using TRIP funds, and the amendments allow TRIP funds to be used to improve public safety at bus stops and on buses. I would move that we accept the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 2.
Ayes 94, noes 2. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bills 2343 and 2368 on pages 24 and 25 of the printed calendar, respectively, have already been dispensed with. So continuing, House Bills with recommendations for the governor. Next up, bottom of page 25 of the printed calendar, House Bill 2375, which is an act relating to provisional teacher licensure, permissive extension, satisfactory performance evaluations during years of actual employment. Legislation was passed, communicated to the governor, who has returned it with a line amendment, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like much of our nation, the Commonwealth of Virginia faces a teacher shortage. The proposed amendment provides clarifying language at the request of the Virginia Board of Education regarding the issuance of short-term provisional teacher licenses, allowing 40,000 additional teachers to be able to teach this coming school year without processing delays. I move the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, no, excuse me, ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Turn to page 26. Penultimately, House Bill 2393 is an act relating to coastal resilience policy, Research University Collaborative. Legislation was passed by the General Assembly, communicated to the governor, who's returned it with 3 line amendments. Governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 2393, when it passed the General Assembly, authorized the Commonwealth to seek input and consultation from the Commonwealth's Research University Collaborative, including the Virginia Coastal Policy Center, Virginia Sea Grant, Virginia Cooperative Extension, and the Institute for Coastal Adaptation and Resilience. And this is in setting coastal resilience policies. But some things happened since we adjourned in February, and William & Mary School of Law decided it was going to dissolve its Coastal Policy Center, which leaves a huge void in the Commonwealth when solving these very, very complex issues. They've worked with localities, they've worked with military, they've worked with state agencies, and they have done tremendous work over the years. And this leaves a tremendous void. So there's a need to ensure, number one, the entity is removed from the legislation where it's named, and with the unexpected closure, Virginia Sea Grant actually is the best option as the key coordinator of input and consultation from the Commonwealth's Research University Collaborative. This brings all of our universities together, and these universities are each working on particular areas of expertise, but not one of these universities has expertise in everything, whether they have a coastal engineer, whether they have an economist, whether they have, the folks that need to solve a very, very complex problem when it comes to solving resiliency problems. So the amendments remove two entities, the Virginia Coastal Policy Center and Old Dominion University's Institute for Coastal Adaptation and Resilience. The Institute for Coastal Adaptation and Resilience is captured under the larger Research University Collaborative and Virginia Sea Grant already, so there's really no reason to continue to include them in the language. And I will say, the misinformation that is out there that these amendments were requested by Virginia Sea Grant is misinformation. And it's out there right now that Sea Grant requested this, and there's a power grab by Sea Grant. These recommendations actually came from me working with the administration. So Virginia Sea Grant really provides an existing structure to bring folks to collaborate together to solve a very, very complex problem. Because we talk about resiliency each and every day, and unless we come together and collaborate, it's going to be a very, very long time before we solve it. And I would move to adopt the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Bulova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's recommendations.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. The original bill was a pretty simple bill, and I think delegate from Middlesex described it very well. And so the idea was really just giving our state agencies the ability, it's a may, to be able to consult with this Research University Collaborative. And in addition to that may, it listed 4 different organizations, so that's all really good. And as was described, the Virginia Coastal Policy Center in the meanwhile has disappeared, and so it's very appropriate that the governor would have taken that particular organization out of that list. The problem is that the amendment goes way further by now saying that the collaborative is going to be led by Sea Grant, right? And so that's a major difference as opposed to saying, hey, here are 4 organizations you can go to. Now we're saying that that collaborative is going to be led by Sea Grant. And so rather than being permissive, you're actually being directive. This is a big deal, right? And so there's a lot in flux right now with respect to William and Mary reconstituting their program. There's a number of other colleges and universities that are putting together their programs, and Sea Grant is certainly a very important part of that. But it would be very premature, at least from my perspective, in order to, in the code, now say that Sea Grant is going to lead this effort. This is something that's being hotly debated amongst the stakeholders. There's nothing to say that we have to get it accomplished now, and I would ask that we would reject the amendments and address this in the 2024 session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 44.
Ayes 51, noes 44. The governor's recommendations are adopted. The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we stand in recess until 3:25.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that the House stand in recess until 3:25 p.m. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion's agreed to. The House stands in recess until 3:25 p.m. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this will be meeting downstairs in House Room 1.
The House will come to order. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. All right, we're going to return to the fourth morning hour order of business while we wait on the Senate. So if anyone desires, the delegate from Washington, Delegate Wampler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor. Everybody brace yourself.
Mr. Speaker and members, I have the unique privilege today to live the ultimate American dream. I get to retire at age 32. And so I wanted to take a minute and talk to you guys before I go, and I may belabor these points that I have to make, but I'd also tell you that I have the longest drive home of anybody tonight, so I don't want to hear any whining from anybody except for Kilgore and O'Quinn, because they beat me by 10 minutes and 45 minutes. I want to talk to you all about Southwest Virginia briefly. It's one of the nicest places in the Commonwealth. The people there are genuine, they're kind, they're community-minded folks. And so, it's been an honor to represent them. I'll tell you, they're also the type of people, though, that are not quick to get out and vote for you unless they've met you and they know you. You really got to get out and beat the bushes down to get votes. And when I first started campaigning back in the year 2018, I remember thinking to myself, all right, 4th House District spans 4 counties, Washington, Russell, Dickinson, and Wise counties. It's about 2 hours from the southernmost point to the northernmost point. It takes about an hour and a half drive from the easternmost point to the westernmost point. It's a big area. Lots of mountains, lots of rivers, lots of winding roads, and families scattered all throughout. I'm jealous of Delegate's car and some of my Northern Virginia brothers and sisters that you can walk a neighborhood and hit 1,000 doors in a day. It's difficult for us in the rural parts of the world. And I had, one of the first decisions that I had to make, which would be followed by thousands of votes and a lot of other complicated decisions. I said to myself, should I go where I don't know anybody and I couldn't tell you anyone's name, or should I go knock all the doors in the places that I know each family? And I settled on the former. I said, I'm going to go in the part of the district where I don't know anyone. I'll tell you this, knocking doors the first day, I hit one. The lady said, okay, I'll take a look. I'll watch out for you. I go to the next door. They didn't vote. So I kept walking up the road. The third door in the place in this holler that I was in Russell County, I see this big yard and this guy up mowing his yard. One-armed guy, older guy. I took a look at him, and you got to be careful about walking into people's property back home. You got to really be invited most of the time. And so I wave at this guy, and he motions for me to come on up. So I strut up through the front yard, and this guy looks at me and says, "What are you doing?" I'm dressed nice. I'm not in a suit and tie, but I had on a button down, some khakis, and I walk up. He says, "What are you doing? Are you politicking?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I am." I said, "My name is Will Wampler. I'm running for the House of Delegates, and I wanted to stop in and see if I could get your vote." And he kind of looked me up and down for a minute and said, "All right." So I talked to him, gave him my spiel. And this old guy talked to me for a minute, and then he looked at me and he said, "The last politician to come through my yard 40 years ago, you know who that was?" And I said, "No idea. Who was it?" He said, "That was Bill Wampler." He said, "Who I believe you're related to." This old guy, he had one arm, and we're a coal mining country down in Southwest Virginia, at least part of the coal fields that I represent. And I asked him, I said, "What happened to your arm?" I said, "A big widowmaker fall on you?" For those of you who aren't in the coal mining industry, that's a big rock that can fall and hurt people, kill them sometimes. And he said, "Yeah, big old rock got a hold of me, took my arm away." And I said, "Sorry to hear that." He goes, company wouldn't cover my benefits, the federal government wouldn't cover me, and he said, your grandfather came into my yard in 1954 and asked me to vote for him. I did. And then he turned around and went and helped me get my benefits, helped the company get paid for him. He said, it changed me and my family's lives. He said, I'll vote for you. That's the kind of goodwill that I had in Southwest Virginia when I started running for office. So to my grandfather, thank you for all the ground that you plowed. You know, I learned things from him even now through his life and what he did. And I think one of the lessons that I picked up from that is, you know, politics is a complicated thing. Legislating is difficult. There's so many issues. There's thousands of issues you can get in front of and you can be an expert on and be the loudest person in the room. But each and every one of us as elected officials gets a chance pretty much every day to help one person in one narrow way. And y'all don't know the type of waves that can make in the future. And so I tried to carry that thought and that idea into my work as a delegate. Do one good thing at a time. Keep trucking. And before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I think about all the people back home. When I first got elected, people up here said, oh, I won by 3 points. I won by 5 points. I won by 9 points. I said, oh, cool. When I weighed it, I think of every single person that voted for me. In my first general election, I had 14,389 votes. In my second general election, I had 22,965 votes. A little bit more, that's a good sign. But to everybody who came out and voted for me, thank you. Thank you for sending me here. Mr. Speaker, when I got elected, came in 2019, I was fired up, wanted to deliver on the things that I had told people that I was going to do. Represent Southwest Virginia, make sure that our priorities were equal to that of every other region. And I had a slate of bills, came up here despite, walking into a complete Democratic majority. I was pretty optimistic. Little did I know, Delegate Fillercorn, soon to be Speaker, and Senator Howe were over there warming up the chainsaws, just getting ready for me to get my bills. Like Delegate Plum, I can also reflect on my first day here in Richmond. I mean, I spent 8 months campaigning, almost a year campaigning, and finally here. First morning, I remember it was January, and met with my team in my office, talked about what was coming up. And I know a lot of y'all wouldn't believe it, but I had a moment of prayer that morning, and I asked God to, look out for me, prepare me for what was ever coming that day, because I didn't know. It's my first day in the House. And that's not an experience that comes very lightly. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was nervous, didn't know what to expect, and I walked out of the Pocahontas building into that Bank Street gauntlet there, and it was not a peaceful day like it was out there this morning in the spring, sunshine, nice weather. Mr. Speaker, it was more like a college game day tunnel. There were thousands of people out chanting, ERA activists, everybody else that was out there. They were yelling at us, screaming, shaking their signs. I said, whoa, this is a lot different than what I thought it would be like. Well, little did I know, I was walking next to Delegate Bulova and Delegate Wyatt, who would later become my friends, and we turned around the corner, and sure enough, coming into the front door, there stood 2 ERA activists, half naked, Mr. Speaker. And I got to tell you, I lost every bit of anxiety and nervousness that I had about this place. I mean, what kind of place, what kind of job gives you that at the front door when you walk in on the first day? I was floored and still am. But it wasn't sunshine and rainbows and half-naked activists for long. Mr. Speaker, things got a little tougher. The COVID pandemic set in. Speaker Fillercorn sent us to virtual hell and boarded up the Capitol. And I got a little feisty, I did. And so I started getting sharpened by my colleagues from across the aisle very quickly, and not always in the friendliest ways. I wish our ascendant delegate Bagby was here, I had a couple of remarks for him in here, but I'll have to tell him another time. He gave me a shot on the iPad, and there was nothing I could do. He made fun of me for reading my speech, and I haven't written one since until today. That year was wild, Mr. Speaker. If I was to tell a group back home what the legislative process was like, I would not give them the textbook version. I'd tell them it's a lot like skeet shooting. I mean, I'd take a bill and I'd throw it up there. Marcus would say something really quick. I'd hear a squeal over there, and then Fillercorn would point to Delegate Hurst or Delegate Bourne, and my bill would go down in flames. Learned some tough lessons, but I also learned how much I love this place and how it operates. I remember once when I was in the minority, young member in the minority, I slipped the first bill out of the House and the Senate all the way to the governor's desk. I mean, it was like 2 days after crossover. I mean, I think I'm cooking with grease at this point. I'm like, okay, you got one, and you got the first one. And you guys all think that you've been burnt on legislation and on bills. Well, let me tell you, I thought that was a pretty safe place to be. Passing both bodies, felt pretty good. Well, didn't take long. Wampler got a bill through. All right, so I learned a new legislative technique at that point. You can actually recall a bill from the governor's desk, put it back into committee, and it can die there. And so on that bill, Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed that experience. But it taught me a lesson, you know, how difficult it can be to pass a bill in here. And I hated it at the time, but the more I reflect, I kind of relish that fact. Because if it was the opposite, if it was easy to do the things that we do up here, it wouldn't be worth doing. You know, this body is going to continue to have major issues to deal with. And, you know, we all have our feelings of self-importance. Delegate Plum said it well earlier, gave us great perspective. We are just 100 of thousands who have gone before us and thousands that will go after us, as long as we do our jobs well. Now, as legislators, you know, I think we see very much the reverence for our type, the people who are in politics and choose this as a career, is at a pretty low spot in America, you know. But there are people in here, I think, on both sides of the aisle who have a chance to restore some faith in the legislature. Some great thinkers and some great operators and some people who study the code and work through the code because it's the right thing to do, and I hope they stay. You know, we can be moved by the stories of others and our own experiences, Mr. Speaker, by the tempers of the people that we represent, the tempers of the times. But it's our duty, no matter what's going on, to provide a stable and strong and safe Commonwealth, a prosperous one if we can, where people can make their lives better rather than worse. And, you know, in the current time, at least for me, I'll speak for myself here, it can feel so divisive in America. It can feel like there is this wedge that you can't overcome. And whenever I need to ground myself, and I have had to many times since I've become a delegate, you know, I think about all the people that thrive on that type of divisive stuff. No matter if it's in the media or in here or anywhere else in life. And I think about all those types of people that would seek to do evil to someone else or hurt an innocent or thrive on this type of divisiveness. And if I was to pile every single one of those people up, they wouldn't hold a candle to the hundreds of millions of Americans who do not feel that way. And so, you know, stay focused on that there are millions and millions and millions of Americans that just want to live here free and enjoy this place without intent to do harm to others. And I think that's the case. So when I'm not here to make you guys smile or entertain you for a little bit and things are feeling tough, just remember that y'all are the ones that have to hold it together for us, okay? You know, and I don't want to preach for long, but think about the opportunity you have coming up next year. anybody who studies Virginia politics can look and see what's coming. 30 to 40% turnover in the chambers. Going to be a lot of new faces in here. And to Delegate Plum's point, there is an opportunity for us to end the ways of the past and the, jabs we throw at each other, the ways we've learned to take each other offline. We can do that, but all these new delegates and these new senators that come in, they're going to remember it and they'll return it. And so I would urge you in the coming months, when you meet these new folks, take them under your wing, work with them, teach them how to read the code, teach them what you can about the budget, raise them to be the best legislators you can make, rather than just settle for another decade or two of infighting. I think we lose a lot in that battle. Lastly, winding up, Mr. Speaker, often there's so many groups of people that I'll leave out here, but we're not the only ones responsible for keeping this place standing. I think of the Appropriations Committee team, the Finance Committee team, who know more about the budget than a lot of us ever will, and safeguard it from year to year from the whims of us. I think about the people at DLS, the lawyers at DLS who are the policy experts, and that when we come up with something bizarre or maybe we have something extensive, they have to work through it and produce it for us to vote on. Thank them for their service. Mr. Speaker, I think about all the public servants at our secretaries and our agencies across the Commonwealth and all they do year to year when we come and go. Thank them. Our state and local law enforcement, always remember you. Thanks for keeping us safe. And final thanks, there's a few more, Mr. Speaker. Anybody who has worked on my team in the last 4 years, thank you. It takes a lot to keep me on the tracks, and I love you for doing that. It's tough to be the man, but there are a couple guys I'd like to shout out to. The King of Botetourt, Delegate Austin, thank you for mentoring me and allowing me to serve on the Appropriations Committee with you. I take that as a great responsibility and a very high honor. And I appreciate you helping me get onto the committee at a young age. To Chairman Knight, thank you for letting me serve on the prestigious Appropriations Committee. To Delegate Kilgore, the Majority Leader, I wouldn't be here without you. And thank you for all you've done for me personally and professionally in my past. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I have executed the duties that you have assigned to me in my various appointments and done them well. I hope I made you proud. I certainly appreciate your leadership and all the opportunity that you've given me. Members, I love you, and my life wouldn't make sense without you. And so I'm looking forward to what's in front of you coming up, and if I can ever help you, I will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, point of person, please.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, what can I say to follow Will there? You did a great job, Will. We appreciate what you've done here for the Commonwealth. Appreciate your service to Southwest Virginia. We call it far Southwest Virginia because we're so far away. I've known Will his whole life. I was great friends with his dad, William. We first ran together in 1987. I won a little bit. William won his Senate seat by 32 votes. I won by a little bit more than that. I was running for Commonwealth Attorney, but I knew his dad. His granddad was one of the young campaign volunteers for his granddad, and Will's just like one of my own. He's about the same age as my kids, and he's grown up, and Will, I appreciate what you've done and how hard you worked. I mean, you wouldn't believe how many times he's called me at night with proposals on what we're going to do, and you're like, okay, I don't know about that, but yeah, okay, but
You know, when he puts his mind to reading a bill and finding out what's going on with legislation, he knows it. He really works hard to figure out what the ins and out of that piece of legislation is. I asked him to do a couple things last year, and it was unbelievable what he was able to come up with. So, you know, we're going to miss that. We're going to miss the hard work that you do. I know you're not going to miss that drive that we have to drive every time we come up here. And it takes a big commitment to serve from Southwest Virginia, just because you're coming up on one day, you're doing your meeting and going back the next day. You're missing 2 or 3 days out of your office, out of your law practice. And I know you're going to do great, but we were just so happy to have you as part of the team. And, you know, I just hope that you use that hard work and that energy that you have to pursue what you want to in life. And I know that God's going to richly bless you. Thank you for your service, Will. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege. Mr. Speaker, when I was first elected in 29, I soon learned the names of my fellow class of 29 electeds. And one of those names confused me because it was familiar, Delegate William Wampler. And I said to myself, you know, I used to, in prior life, testify in front of the General Assembly, and there was a delegate named William Wampler from far southwest Virginia. And I said, is he coming back? What's going on here? And I learned, no, this is actually William Wampler's son, Will, who was coming here. And I said, man, he is making me feel old already in this job, coming to it. But Mr. Speaker, as Delegate Plum has said, when you come to this place, you've got to find your place, and you've got to find your voice. But there occasionally is a rare member who shows up with that voice, and that's Delegate Wampler. He came here very much with a voice. And case in point, thinking back to the COVID days when we were meeting virtually, one fine morning, I was, I think, working from my home at that point, but we got to the morning hour and we got to the points of personal privilege, and there was Will Wampler on the screen. Not in Southwest Virginia, but at the Bank Street entrance. In full suit and tie, I should tell you. I tend to dress sort of from the waist up. He was in full suit and tie and shoes there. And he proceeded to explain why we all should be here and why these doors should not be boarded up. And I think that took some guts to come all the way to Richmond. It took some hours of driving to come all the way here. And I was trying to explain to folks who were seeing this, like, yeah, this man just drove not halfway across Virginia, all the way across Virginia to be here to make this point and then to drive home again. I think that was during what he calls his feisty period, where he was still sharing these things. But I will say, I may have disagreed with him. I think we should have been meeting virtually. But man, I respected him for that voice. That and so many other times. I will note as a footnote to that story, it wasn't terribly long later during that COVID period when he also appeared on screen live and had I arguably the most beautiful background I've ever seen from a point of personal privilege, and that's when he was speaking from his home with the mountains there in the background. And I think we were all envious of the fact that he was outdoors and sharing this amazing view, so I respected that too. But I think we certainly will miss that voice, we'll miss that independence there, and certainly the inspiration to have someone show up in such a short period of time, make his claim, and state who he is and to be who he is. And I certainly respect that. And as a fellow class of 2019 member, we're going to miss it, Mr. Speaker. But thank you for your service.
The delegate from Clark, Delegate Goditis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a farewell as well, but it comes in the form of a couple of wishes. The first one is a hope. It's a quote from a song. And I hope for all of you going forward, I hope for this body going forward, that someday life will be fairer, need will be rarer, and greed will not pay. This is a refrain. I have multiple lives in my head that I live in parallel, and one of them is music, and that refrain goes through my head constantly. So I hope that you'll continue your work, make life better for yourselves and everyone in Virginia, which in turn makes life better for everyone in the U.S. and in the world. In my opinion, we have that ability, and I hope that for this body. The other hope, so last year when it became clear that I was considering not running, my husband said, "When you need a new horse." We had 6 retirees in the field, and I could get on a gimpy horse now and then, but it was nothing like what I had been used to before I got elected here and had no time, right? So I went out and bought not 1, but 2 3-year-old thoroughbred horses off the racetrack. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm a former Latin teacher. The names I gave them I thought were beautiful and meaningful to me. My filly I named Laetissima. It means most joyful. My gelding, my boy, I named Pax et Copia, which means peace and plenty. Those are my wishes for you personally, and my wishes for you to attempt to give as the gift that we are able to give, being so privileged to sit in this beautiful old house. I wish that you will all be most joyful in your lives. And I wish for all of you peace and plenty. And I'm going to quote Catullus, from a Latin poet, from a Roman poet from 2100 years ago. It's very simple. Ave, atque vale. Hail and farewell.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, during the 18th century, during the American Revolution, there was a paradoxical group. They were called the Fighting Quakers, because by nature, these Quakers are nonviolent. They believe inherently in nonviolence, nonviolent resistance, and everything else. And yet, there was this one group of them that said that suppressing liberty was the greatest violence of all. And they supported the cause of the American Revolution. For all 6 years here, I have been so grateful to sit next to or in front of the Fighting Quaker from Clark, who is one of the greatest inspirations I could have ever had in this line of work in public service. This is someone who, I spilled the beans on this a little bit earlier, but some years ago, a bunch of us who were elected in 2017, we were doing this event together in Northern Virginia, and Wendy gets up to speak, and delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran, she says to a bunch of us who were in line, she goes, "Wendy is Mother Earth." And that has stuck ever since. These are true facts about Wendy. Raise your hand if you have ever had a deer eat out of your hand, a wild deer eat out of your hand, and you took a picture of it. Wendy has, let alone the deer then gives her a kiss afterward. If you have ever ridden a horse to school because that was your main mode of transportation to get there, and you had to find a nearby property to pen it up, raise your hand. Wendy has, and that was in New Jersey. How did that even work? When I think of Wendy, one of the things that really, really clicks, though, is she has gone through so much trauma, so much loss, and if you've experienced horrifying trauma, if you've experienced horrifying loss, especially those of us who know what it's like to lose someone to suicide, you all, in a way, any differences that you could have stylistically, ideologically, whatever, in that moment where you can just share something, all the rest of that kind of goes out the window. because you have something that really genuinely brings you together in a way that's not really describable other than to say that you look at someone and you go, yeah, she gets it. And I've had the privilege of having been able to confide in, to talk with, to laugh with someone who I know day in and day out gets it. And the thing is, you don't hear her give a lot of floor speeches here. When she does, everyone is quiet and everyone hears what she has to say. And then she brings it. Whether you agree or disagree with her on an issue, you know she speaks all heart all the time. And it is not only on her shoulder, it is who she is to the absolute fundamental part of her core. This place will not be as wonderful without you. And at the same time, the mark you've left here is absolutely irreplaceable. Thank you so much for making this a better place.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's kind of weird to give this speech. Not because it's kind of a farewell speech, because it kind of I guess sometimes still hits me that I'm even here. You know, it's when you grow up as a kid and you kind of daydream about serving in government and you get to take a field trip to the General Assembly, it's kind of weird when you actually end up there. And as I've told people over the years when they ask me, what's it like to serve in the Virginia General Assembly, I say, you know, it'd be an honor to serve in any state's General Assembly and in any state's House. But to serve in Virginia, where there's so much history, right? I mean, when you get to serve in a capital that Thomas Jefferson designed, that Jefferson and Henry walked down that hall just over there, it really takes it to another level. And it really kind of makes it surreal, and one that sometimes I found myself just never quite really realizing that I'm here. I remember my first year, and I've done it a couple of times since. As you all know, we get access, 24-hour access to the Capitol. And one night I was coming back late, and when I was a freshman, and I walked in, and I thought I'd take 15 minutes just to walk around this place, kind of get acquainted with it. And I started downstairs, where you could flick through the senators and the delegates going back into the 1800s. And you realize that none of them are still around today, but they're all there. And one day we'll be, well, maybe not in paper on that wall, but some digital process on that wall. And it hits you just how much history and tradition and individuals came before you. And you walk through the halls and you see the statue of Washington, and you know the story of Washington and what transpired when that came here back in the 1700s. You go into the old House of Delegates chambers, the museum over there, and I'll tell you, I remember the first time I walked next to the statue of Lee and saw the speech that he gave when he took command of the Union or the Confederate troops, the Virginia troops. And if that didn't let you know just how awesome of a magnitude of decisions that were made in these chambers. We all have left from time to time a day saying, God, that was a tough day, and God, there was some tough votes. But none of them come close to the votes that many of those that came through the wall before us in that other chamber had to take, that set us on the path of a nation, good or bad. And it really puts things in perspective. So one thing that I've always kind of felt was, there's a difference between getting elected to this body and feeling like you belong in this body, that you deserve, to be in this body. And the first one's a lot easier, to get elected here. But to feel that you actually, feel that level of deserving to be here, belonging to be here, is totally, a lot further bar to aspire to. And I wasn't looking at necessarily, speaking today, but there's so many people that I wanted to make sure I had a chance to thank. I've always said in business that when you fail, and I've had a number of failures, when you fail, it's because of the leader. The leader picks the team, the leader decides the course, the leader calls for the execution of the plays. When you succeed because of the team. No one ever succeeds in anything in life ever by themselves. And I've had just an amazing team around me from when I was born. I mean, my parents, now my mom still swears that the stork dropped me off at the wrong house. If you ever talk about my parents were not that politically engaged. They voted, mostly generals. And I was that kid that grew up in middle school. I was an introvert, hated government, didn't know why people voted, didn't care. And it wasn't until 7th grade social studies, Miss Malarniano. Some of you are too young to remember the overhead projectors here, but some of us else have, been around. And it was the Lincoln-Douglas debates on the overhead projector that all of a sudden just flipped a switch. And in government class that day, I decided that I wanted to get involved in government, that I wanted to run for office, and that I wanted to be a president one day. Long story about that. And all of a sudden, I came out of my shell. I joined the debate team in 8th grade. In 9th grade, took government as an elective, and went down this path of wanting to go and be in public service. So much so that my senior superlative in my yearbook says, to all you future politicians, I'll see you in Washington. Now, having had a couple of people ask if I'd go there, I have no desire to. Washington's a lot different than this body, and I much rather appreciate this body than what goes on in D.C. But my parents, they were amazing at just growing that desire that I had to be in service one day, not to serve to have a title. I'd really never cared. It was to make a difference. I thought that I had ideas on how to solve some of society's problems. I think some of y'all probably remember me showing up on this doorstep with some that got me into a little bit of trouble. But that's, what I think drives us all is that desire to serve. And I've had the opportunity here to experience everything. I had a little bit of a rocky start, as some of you might know. I came in as a freshman, decided that one of the first things I was going to jump in the middle of was Medicaid reform and expansion, and with Delegate Rust, wrote that bill. It was rather interesting. Now, to my defense, Mr. Speaker, Delegate or Senator Wagner actually championed that issue in the Senate the year prior, so I thought I had a lot of cover coming in, as my mentor, Senator Wagner, had that bill the year prior and found out that it wasn't quite the same that year. But it went down that route and had a chance to champion so many other bills, and eventually chair was the biggest honor, chair education. Along the way, of growing up and aspiring to come here, I found my best partner in life, my wife, Shelley, who's sitting over there. She's... I will tell you that was interesting. So my wife, as some of you may know, is the daughter of a New York cop. And come to find out, when women are raised by a New York cop, they're taught that business should be separate from personal, which should be separate from everything else. And as you know, as a spouse of a politician, nothing's separate, nothing's private. To this day, my wife still doesn't have social media pages. It was definitely, when we were getting married, we got engaged in 2005. And I said I wanted to run for office one day, and she honestly thought I was joking. Once again, first license plates on my car said Pres to be. I don't know what she missed, but anyway. And we got engaged, and literally the month of our wedding was when I announced for my first election to the Virginia Beach City Council. That was one of those experiences that you learn a lot from, but don't succeed in. 2 years later, her and I were sitting at a table, and I was asked to consider running against a 29-year incumbent whose husband was one of the most senior members of the House at the time. And I wanted to do it. And I'm not really good with subtlety. My wife has since learned that if you want me to do something, just tell me, hey, Glenn, can you take out the garbage now? Or no, I really don't want to do this. But back in those days, she cared more about, let's ease into things. So when I said, honey, I want to run for office again for city council against this incumbent, but we have to move a mile down the road as the crow flies because I'm not in the district. And the first time I asked her, she didn't think it was really a good idea. The second time I asked her, she really didn't think it was a good idea. The third time I asked her, she's like, Glenn, if you really want to. And I took that as a yes. So I was off looking at houses. And I found a house, and I had a real estate agent, a good friend of ours, show it to my wife, and she made the comment of it might work, which to me, once again, that's a yes. And we bought a second house that at the time we really couldn't afford. And I swear to this day, if I had lost that race, I'd still be living in that one, and she'd be in the other one today. So I couldn't thank Shelley enough. When I always say that she gets half the votes that I get, she gets half the votes. She has been not only on the campaign trail with me around my city and around my district, but many of you know when I ran for lieutenant governor back in 16-17, I'd be in an RV going one direction, Shelley be in a car with a staffer going another direction, and I couldn't have a better partner when it comes to politics and life. And Shelley, thank you so much. So my team. I've always been very lucky and blessed to have people around me that helped make me successful. Like I've said, you're not successful by yourself. It takes a team. I've always had great aides. From the beginning, most of my aides are doing wonderful things today. Well, they're all doing wonderful things today. And I've always been very lucky. And I recognized I may be fun to work for, sometimes not always the easiest person to work for. And I don't really recognize hours. You know, the joke millennials today, they value their free time. They value there's after hours time. And with me, there's no such thing as after hours time. It's, you know, we're going to do something. Oh, we got busy till 5 o'clock. Okay, we're going to do this, you know, between 6 and 7. And I've always been lucky to have the right team. Now, to my defense, one of my first jobs in office or in politics was I was Bob McDonald's legislative aide. And some of y'all served with Bob. Actually, I was here, Terry, I was here as an aide when you were here. I don't know whether that talks about my youth or your whatever, but I did realize that. So if those who know Bob McDonald, you know, I learned everything from him, including how to format a letter, which drove all my aides crazy, how I wanted my letters formatted, down to, you know, kind of what you do in the hours you work. Even my campaign teams, who I think most of the people in my campaigns have been with me going back to local government. And they realize that I kind of micromanage a little bit in whatever I'm in the middle of. And so early on, they realized when they wanted to call me during political time or during legislative times, and I would tell them, look, you know, they'd give me some advice here and there. I'm like, you know, look, I'm going to do what I want to do in office. I got elected to govern, not elected to get reelected. The reason why I pay you money is to help me get reelected after I do what I think we should do for our voters. And so they obviously kind of got a little frustrated and kind of realized. But I mean, I've called my team in, especially in the 19 race. I'd call them at, you know, during the day and say, look, we're going to get together at 9 o'clock at night. I need you to drive down from Richmond. We're going to get together at 9. We're going to work till 3 o'clock in the morning. We're going to rest on the beanbags in my office till 8 o'clock in the morning. Then we're going to get back up and do 3 more hours, and you can go back home. Because that's just the way I am, and I realize that's probably not normal. But like I said, it takes a team to get you and get elected and be successful, and I appreciate that. The lobbyists, you know, when I first got here, I knew with prior experience the importance of they're that sometimes unmentioned group of individuals that makes government work. And when I first got here, as we all do, we have students come in. And I'd have them come into the office or into my office when they'd come up. And I'd bring in one of the lobbyists. One of the ones I knew early on was Ross Grogg. And I'd have Ross come in and ask them to turn around and ask the students, you know, what do you think of lobbyists? How many, you know, raise your hand if you think that they are just here to, you know, kind of the typical Washington viewpoint of lobbyists. And I told the students the truth. And I tell them, you know, we couldn't get this done if it wasn't for them coming in and explaining some of the issues on some of the complicated pieces of legislation to make sure we knew what we needed to know as we walked in to really get into the due diligence on these bills and to take these votes. You know, 2,500 bills in a year, and a lot of us aren't experts on hardly any, if any of them. And thankfully, we have people here that do come in and they do share different viewpoints, the good and the bad, of these pieces of legislation so we can be the efficient body that we're expected to be. And I've always appreciated those that could, in 5 minutes or 3 minutes, come in and kind of go, you know, here's what's changing on this, just so you have a heads up, just so you know where things are coming from. And I really appreciate them as well. The Legislative Services, DLS, oh, my God. I mean, look, they've done bills for all of us. Now, I can't speak to any of you, but I think it's probably the same. But I couldn't tell you whether some of them I don't think any of them Republican or Democrat. And if you asked for a bill done, the bill was done. In retrospect, some of those bills, they knew what was going to happen to it through their experience. but they would draft it just the same. They would never tell you, hey, Glenn, I think you're an idiot on this one. And in retrospect, I probably was on a few of them back in the day. But they're just an amazing group of individuals that really help us with the success. And then lastly, all of you, thank you so much. I really wish, if I could wish for anything, it would be that the media would spend as much time covering the fun we have here with each other, the camaraderie, the familyness, the togetherness, as they do covering some of the contentiousness we have. Nothing gets me more upset when I talk to constituents back home and they want to have that side has horns on their head or this side has horns on their head. And the fact of the matter is we all disagree, so, every so often. But we're all here to get to the same end, which is a better Virginia. And we're all a family, and we see that here, and we all have fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't get sometimes out there, but I can't thank all of you enough. When I first came in, a couple of us, Sam Rizul and I joined, created this No BS caucus to go out and have dinner a couple times. And basically just talk about issues with no political rhetoric. And it's amazing how much you can learn from each other. You may not agree, but how much you can learn from each other just sitting across the table, having dinner, and just having the conversation. So I really appreciate that as well. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. One of the biggest honors that I've had up here is to obviously chair the Education Committee. And people think that I have a huge passion for education, and while that may be somewhat true, the consistency that I think comes through all my pieces of legislation, I've always believe that everyone should have the same level playing field to start, right? And that starts with an education. That everyone has the same access to the resources necessary to reach their full potential. And that's why I've always been passionate about education. That's why I appreciate the opportunity. So I hope one day to continue to be able to work with all of you. But thank you so much for letting me serve with you. Thank you for this opportunity, for your friendships. And I really do look forward to seeing you all and working with you again in the future.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on Glenn Davis's retirement, Glenn has been a fixture in Virginia Beach for a long, long time. I knew him before he ever got on City Council, and once he got on City Council, he was there. He was a go-to guy. Anytime something happened in the city, like we're looking for a new mayor, Glenn's name came up. Or we're looking to maybe get a new senator or something like that, Glenn's name came up. I remember when Scott Ridgel said that he was going to step down, Glenn's name came up. So Glenn tends to get along with everybody. Glenn, one thing you did say that was a little bit on the wrong side, Shelley doesn't get half the votes. She gets 3/4 of the votes. But sometimes politics brings out the worst in people. Glenn and I were lumped in the same district together. We sit there, we analyze the numbers. We knew it was going to be a pretty doggone tough race. Glenn comes in my office last year after the redistricting. We get to talking a little bit and everything. Glenn and I said, we're going to make a pact with each other. We're not going to say anything mean against each other. We're not going to go into each other's districts. We're just going to be civil. Glenn, subcommittee chairman on appropriations for education. We worked well together. We had each other's back. We said we'll worry about the redistricting and the election later on. So we worked all through that. We ended up working it out. We've never had a crossword. Glenn was my friend way before he ever came down here. I'm glad he came down here. The place is better for it. And Glenn, we're all better for you being here. But I just want to say, Glenn, this whole time you've been a gentleman to everybody. You've been a gentleman to me. We could have had a tough battle. We're not. Glenn, you're going to land on your feet, and I'm here to support you. Thank you, Glenn.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Davis. One Friday, and it's my first session, one Friday, I wake up to my husband calling me and telling me that his father had died. He was supposed to come get me that day and drive me home. As soon as I told Glenn, Glenn immediately got in his car, drove me to my mother-in-law's house, came in, made sure everybody was okay, and we both missed session that day. He was the first, not the first, but he was one of a couple very welcoming delegates that I came into in Virginia Beach. 2021 got weird. We can mend that. As the Filipino community calls us, their son and daughter, because of the close connections we have in the community. So we know we can pass all this. Do you remember when we were on a shuffleboard team together? My husband and I, and you and Shelley, and we went once? We paid for the whole thing, and we only went once. We were the pillar of bipartisanship in Virginia Beach, really trying to show. And there's other stories. Watching the presidential debate with someone from the opposite party is very interesting. It's very interesting to have that conversation at a table during session. And I value that friendship, and I value those things. So I don't know anybody as passionate as you, and so I wanted to be able to speak and speak to the person. You're very dedicated. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. He's very dedicated, Delegate Davis. He cares about his community. His intentions are good, and I appreciate you and the things that you've done to help push some of the things that I've had with flooding and things like that, and for our community. So, a true public servant. Thank you, Delegate Davis, for your service.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I was prepared at the first hour to speak to Delegate Filicone, where she stood up and we didn't have time. And so I wanted to take a moment. I would be remiss if I didn't say just a few things about Delegate Filicone as she move on to her next place or next phase in life. So just wanted to share again a few things about her. It was in 2009 when I first was elected to the Virginia General Assembly. And Delegate Filicone was one of the first persons that I really, besides those who were from the Richmond area, that I met, realizing she was from Northern Virginia, and a person that encouraged me as I entered these legislative walls. Like most of us, when we come in, there's a level of intimidation when we are embarked upon any new endeavor. And so we often seek and search for the friendliest face in the crowd. And I would never forget how embracing Delegate Filicone was to me. I am not sure why, but I assume it was because of a kindred spirit that we found a common bond. And over the years, that friendship and sisterhood continue to develop. In politics, it's often said, and I quote, "There are no permanent enemies or friends, just permanent issues." And I like to challenge that statement in the sense that why it is the bonding of friendship and the commonalities that establishes friendship permanently. And those friendships can evolve into ways and means of making an amazing difference in the lives of people that we serve. Delegate Filicone and I have worked together inside and outside of this chamber. We have traveled together, we have broken bread together, and our families have fellowship together. And so I have gotten to know her again outside of this chamber, and it is a blessing to have her as a friend. In my eyes, from my perspective, one of the greatest characteristics of a person can be determined in terms of that person, where that person's heart is the way they embrace a child and the way a child would embrace them. Matter of fact, I think sometimes I feel some kind of way, as the kids say, as my grandkids often ask about her and overwhelmingly seek her out when they come to this Capitol. Delegate Filicone has been a staple in our caucus and in this Commonwealth. And I firmly believe that people's elevation is because of a greater power than our own. And so history will reflect her as the first female Speaker of the House in the Commonwealth. What an honor for a century and an honor for 404 years, the General Assembly. Her character was also displayed as she led this chamber, again, as the first female Speaker of the House. There's a biblical verse in Luke 12:48 says, For unto whom soever much is given, so much shall be required. Delegate Filicone has been unapologetic in the appointment of others in leadership for the first time in this Commonwealth. Everybody may not have been happy, but I am confident that she was certain as she had pondered on how she would approach it. And history will reflect her as embracing and advocating for diversity in both people and ideas. And I think it's a message for all of us that we must help others and help to educate one another on the fact of how important it is to understand other strengths and limitations. And it's also important to regard one another as not as competitors, but as brothers and sisters, all working toward the same goals. Character comes through guiding principles and discipline, and it develops through a value system. She has walked in integrity, and I'm grateful to her for that. And for that, I believe she has been able to excel with the assurance that she would not get there on her own, but bringing others into the fold. This is one of those moments for me when I found out that she would not be coming back. It was a tearful moment. Like there have been many tearful moments about others who have spoken today. And that is because we develop relationships. There's a sister and brotherhood that's developed, and there's a love. And people become, as many have said today, a part of your family. People become individuals that you trust in this body, individuals that you're willing to share some of the deep parts of who you are, your fears and your accomplishments and all of those things. And Delegate Filicone was one of those persons. We are elected in this position to be faithful in helping to enhance the quality of life of others. And I believe and feel strongly that's exactly what she has done. Shirley Chisholm once said, "Service is the rent we pay to occupy our space on earth." It is hypocritical to give people the impression that individuals are elevated or they're great in what they're doing or elevated to other status just because. It is because we see and others see something in that individual, and they are elevated, I believe, by someone greater than us. Delegate Filicone has been faithful, a faithful tenant with the rent she has paid to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia with her service. I'm thankful for her dedication, her commitment, and more importantly, her friendship. We appreciate you for being a woman of great character, grace, and faith. Keep shining the light that you've shined, and we look forward to even greater things in store for you. Thank you for being such a dear friend.
The delegate from Smith, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm going to try to keep it together. Ecclesiastes, the book of Ecclesiastes, teaches us that change is inevitable. For everything there is a season, and those seasons will come to an end. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to tell you that my season's end has come and that I will not be seeking re-election. It's not news to anyone in here. Obviously, it's been in the newspapers. But I do want to say a few things, and I'm not going to take up a ton of time here because you all have sat through a lot of retirement speeches already. I'll say that I appreciate each and every one of you and respect your time. But there are a few things I would like to say. You know, I've been in politics for 30 years. Not quite as long as my friend Ken Plum here, but still a significant amount of time. And, you know, I think back on those days, and I think about when I came in 2014 with a class, if my numbers are right, I think it was a class of 15 people. If you include Delegate Rasul and Delegate Bloxham, who I think were late arrivals to that class. And, you know, over that period of time, over 10 years, you develop a lot of memories. And as you sit here, and this will happen to each and every one of you one day, you'll sit here in the last day that you're in the General Assembly. And you'll have those memories rush back to you. You know, I'm not going to stand before you and talk about the legislative wins and losses and victories and defeats, because that's all part of the public record. You know, anybody can go and they can look that up, and they can check history, and they can see what you did or didn't do while you were here. What I want to talk to you about is what's not in the record and what drives this place every day. I want to talk to you about the sacrifice that each one of you have and exhibit every day by being here. And it begins and ends with your families back home, no different than with mine. I remember on the day in which I got sworn in by Gary Paul Nardo. I remember that we took a photograph, and I can look back at that photograph and I can see a young family with 4 children, 2 of whom were in elementary school. Those 2 youngest children are now a freshman and a sophomore in college. And I will tell you that those days have flown by. I cannot believe that I have been here 10 years. I urge each of you to relish every day, make the most of every day, because they will fly by. I will promise you that. Be thankful to your family. And I want to tell you that I am most thankful to my wife, Carrie, who stayed at home during all those years and all those meetings and months I was gone and kept the place together. Without her, it couldn't have happened. I'll tell you that. I'm thankful for my children's forbearance. I'm thankful for each of them, and I will tell you that I am sorrowful. If I have any regrets about my career in politics and in public life, it's that, you know, I wasn't there for a lot of things. Ball games, events, things that I needed to be there at, I couldn't be. And each of you have to deal with that. And I thank you for your service, and I thank you for your sacrifice, because what you're doing here is incredibly important. There's no question about that. But keep in the forefront of your memory that your family back home is what allows you to do that. We'll tell you that I want to go back and I want to also say relish the relationships that you develop here, because those are really, really important. You can't do anything in politics in the singular. You can't. There's a lot of people that come here with the ideas that they can change the world individually, and I'm going to tell you that does not happen. This is a team sport. You have to have people, relationships that buy into what you're trying to accomplish in order to make that happen. I will say to you that, and I know you look at some of the predictions that are being made in newspapers and the media. They're predicting that, with the change that's coming here, that you're going to see as much as a 40% turnover, meaning 40 people in here may not be here. And that the byproduct of that could well be that you're going to see an increased partisanship in the coming year. I urge you to resist that. Those that will still remain here, I urge you to resist that. I urge you to impress upon those new members to resist that. We're better than that. The decision to step away has been one of the toughest professional decisions I've had to make in my life. I love this place. I love this institution. And I want to tell you, I look around and I think about how change has happened just in the 10 years I've been here to a degree probably not seen at any other time. Delegate Plum told us that he had served under 8 speakers in 40 years, more than 40 years. I count on the wall 1, 2, 3, 4 in 10 years. The average term in modern days is about 4 years. So I will tell you that the class of 2014, of the 15 people that I came in with, I'm proud to tell you that 12 of them are still here. In some form or another, either in this body or in the body down the hall. And that says a lot about the Constitution and the quality of that class. Every class has its triumphs and its tragedies. If you stay here long enough, you're going to find that out. And I don't mean triumphs and tragedies of the legislative kind. I'm talking about of the personal kind. I can tell you that our greatest triumph in the class of 2014 was beating cancer. Terry, you're my hero. You know full well when we developed the beer caucus at Penny Lane, when we were irrelevant and nobody cared about what we had to think, that it hadn't been for you and it hadn't been for Ben Chafin, I wouldn't have made it. I would not have stayed more than a term. You know that. You convinced me to keep coming back. And then when you developed cancer and the fight you displayed daily to be here, you showed me perseverance and fortitude that will stay with me the rest of my life. It kept me here, and I thank you profoundly for that. Our tragedy in that class was Ben Chafin. With just a year after you were clean of cancer, we lost him to COVID. And I have to tell you that I seriously questioned whether I would come back at that point. It was tough. Had we not been in virtual session, I'm not sure that I would have made it back. It was too painful. This is the first time I've talked publicly about that. Because I knew Ben long before I ever showed up here. And he was one of the best friends I had in life. That gets back to my point that the things that aren't part of the record here, the friendships you develop, the relationships you develop, cherish those. Make the most of those. My mother told me when I was very young, she pressed a couple things upon me. And I'm going to give you the G version. But she said, son, you come into this world bare-aid. And you're going to leave bare-aid. And the only thing you can take with you are the friendships and the memories you develop and the relationships you develop. So cherish those and be tolerant and accepting of everyone, regardless of where they come from or how much money they have in their pockets or what color their skin is or what they believe. She also told me, son, if you can't say anything good about someone, don't say anything at all. So all those times when you had your bad bills that you were debating on the floor, and I sat and I didn't say anything and simply quietly voted against them, you all can thank my mother for that. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you that I love each and every one of you. I'm thankful for each and every one of you. And just keep in mind that although I may not be here physically, I will be here in spirit with you. And I'm only a phone call away if I can ever help you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wish we could bottle all this love today and pass it back out when we need it. Thank you. The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Leftwich.
Rise to a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
This may be a little bit difficult for me to get through. And by the end of my remarks, you'll know that everything that the delegate from Smith said is validated. First met the delegate, class of 2014. Our first committee assignment was the Beer Caucus. And the founding members were my friend, the delegate from Smith, the delegate from Botetourt, Ben Chafin, and myself. And as was explained to you earlier, it started because no one cared what we thought. And there was a caucus for everything, so we developed some of these relationships over an alternate beverage, as former Speaker Phillicorn commented about building relationships. And what started out as a joke really kind of grew into not a Republican thing, not a Democrat thing, not a General Assembly thing, not a lobbyist thing, but a social thing. And so on any given night during the General Assembly, you may have anywhere from 2 to 15 people show up somewhere and just enjoy each other's company. And that's where I really got to know my friend. And many of you will also know that when we serve in the General Assembly, we really kind of straddled two worlds. We straddled the General Assembly world for 2 or 3 months, and then we go back home, and you start talking to your friends and family about Mike Cherry, Bobby Orrock. Who? And you realize that you have to divide your life sometimes into 2 quadrants. But I can tell you that my friendship with many people, including the delegate, transcended the General Assembly and developed into a very, very close and good friendship. We served on lots of committees together. We roomed together, courts, general laws. He became my Rob Bell. You know, I sounded legislation off of. What do you think about this? You know, either validate my concerns, my thoughts, my beliefs, or, Jay, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And so during the regular session, the delegate commented that one night, just kind of jokingly, that I had to sleep on the couch. And with any relationship, you have a song. And so if the delegate and I had a song, this is what it would be. And some of you country folk might recognize this. Run your car off the side of a road. Get stuck in a ditch way out in the middle of nowhere. Get yourself in a bind. Lose the shirt off your back. Need a floor, need a couch, need a bus fare. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the cream is going to rise. This is what you really didn't know. This is where the truth don't lie. Everybody wants to slap your back, wants to shake your hand. When you're up on top of that mountain, but let one of those rocks give way, then you slide back down. Look up and see who's around then. This ain't where the road comes to an end. This ain't where the bandwagon stops. This is just one of those times when a lot of folks want to jump off. You'll find out who your friends are. Someone's going to drop everything, run out and crank up their car, hit the gas, get there fast. Never stop to think what's in it for me, or it's way too far. They just show on up with their big old heart. You'll find out who your friends are when the water's high, when the weather's not so fair, when the well runs dry. Who's going to be there? You'll find out who your friends are. And Jeff, I think I can speak for the whole chamber when I say this. Godspeed, our friend.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to take a minute to talk about my friend, Delegate Campbell. And it's hard to lose representation from your area. And it's even harder to lose representation when your delegation is very small to begin with. You heard Delegate Kilgore reference far Southwest Virginia, and there are only 5 House members in far Southwest Virginia representing an area that's as big as some states. And you can say what you want about rural districts, but it's just different when you represent a rural district. Delegate Wamper told you it's a high-touch environment, and there are hardcore Republicans who, if they haven't met you and don't feel like they know you, won't come out to vote for you. It's a serious endeavor. And so by virtue of it being a small group of people that cover a large group or a large area, we spend a lot of time together. And it's a good thing that we all get along because we spend a lot of time together. Delegate Campbell and I shared Smith County for the last decade. I represented the western portion. He represented the eastern portion. And so for our delegation, we're not losing just one, but now we're losing 2 talented members. And that's certainly going to be tough because Jeff was a leader here on courts and general laws and a leader in Southwest Virginia, someone that we could all count on. And you heard about the friendships and the relationships and this and that. And I know we're all, especially our delegation, thankful for the memories that we made. That, you and I melting at the Saltville Labor Day Parade every year, dozens and dozens of trips up and down the Main Street in Marion at the Street Festival every year. The trips in the car talking. It's not all about politics. Yeah, we serve in the General Assembly, but that's not the end-all, be-all. And we'd sometimes spend 2 or 3, 4 hours driving to somewhere and go to a meeting and turn around and drive 2, 3, 4 hours coming back and never talk about politics the whole time. Talk about baseball or school or kids or whatever else. It proves that you can have real friendships here that aren't just hinged on politics and whether you get along or not. But I just want to say that we are all very thankful for the work that you have done to make sure that Southwest Virginia isn't forgotten, and that the folks who live there, many of whom are closer to as many as 8 other state capitals than they are to Richmond, feel like that they actually have a voice here. Because truly, I say this all the time, that Richmond might as well be a foreign country to most people in Southwest Virginia because they feel absolutely zero connection whatsoever to this city and to this capital. And we are the lone conduit for them. And you've done a fantastic job for the people of the 6th House District for the last decade, and we're going to miss you. So we wish you and Carrie and your kids all the best and are excited for whatever it is that comes next. So congratulations.
The delegate from Portsmouth, Delegate Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise for point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
I'll be very brief. I could not let this moment pass without saying goodbye to my good friend. Thank you for your service. There are some people who do a lot of talking, myself included sometimes, but there are some people who do a lot of walking. Delegate Campbell is a person that does a lot of walking. He doesn't have to tell you what his faith is because he walks it. I'm going to tell y'all a secret, and he's leaving now, so I can tell it. From time to time, he's even called me and said, Don, I heard about this case. I got a letter from this guy. I can't sleep. I think he's innocent. I think it's a bad case. Will you take a look at it? Let's talk about it. I know we're not supposed to be good to each other. We're supposed to be angry all the time, and he's not supposed to care about criminal justice reform or making sure that folks get a good outcome, but that's not true. That's exactly who he is. He has the right heart. I remember I'm a young freshman coming here. I want to change the world, like he said, and I was hell-bent on getting earned sentence credits done and probation reform done. And I'm gonna tell a little secret, y'all, if you go back and look. Jeff Campbell was one of the only Republican that voted to both repeal the death penalty and voted to change the way that we do probation in the Commonwealth of Virginia. He is a good man. Anything he plans on doing in the future, I know I'm gonna ruin this for any campaign video, but he will always have my support and my love and my admiration. Thank you, Jeff.
The delegate from Hampton, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this one, I don't want to end everyone talking about Delegate Campbell, but I do want to go back and speak a little bit about Speaker Fillicorn. You know, I have served, most of you know that I've served about 20 years in this General Assembly. And each election, 2003, 2005, 2007, it was always maybe this time we'll be in the majority. 2009, no. 2011, kept wishing we would get in the majority. But then finally, 2019, election night, we were in the majority. Then it was like, well, what are we going to do now? And the first thing we did was elected a new speaker, and that was Eileen Fillicorn. Now, I thought that she would just be, she was a sweet person, she was kind, she was gentle, and everything would be a nice, smooth, easy-going session. But when Eileen hit that door, she kicked that door in, and the whole session changed. Everything changed. The first thing she did that we still live with right now, it made this Capitol a lot safer, because from here on out now, the public would always have to go through some type of screening process to make sure that all of us would be safe as we do the people's business. There were so many other different things that she did that I could not believe. Now, first of all, one of the first things she did in naming committees, she named women, black women, and men to serve some of the most significant committees as chair. She named me as chair of the Labor and Commerce Committee. I could not believe it. Number one, I knew this was bold. I couldn't believe it myself. Remember now, I was born in 1954. after the Supreme Court decided that all schools would be integrated. However, I went to a school all my life and never sat in a classroom with a white child until my last year. So I came up through Jim Crow. So coming to this session and finding out that I was going to chair one of the most significant committees and that she had named me as such was more than anything my ancestors could have ever imagined. Now, I know it was a bold move for her because remember, I'm a local union president. And I know everybody thought, oh my God, what is she doing? And I'm sure the businesses and everyone, little heads were spinning, what's going to happen? This is going to be the end of the Commonwealth as we know it. And it wasn't. We're still moving on, and I like to think we're better because of it. Because during her tenure, Virginia moved from being the very worst place, number 51 out of 50 states for workers, and we moved up over 20 places. We have done so much to increase people's access to voting. There's a lot of things that we did under her tenure as Speaker. And we are still just moving on. I know everyone thought under Democratic control, Lord, what would happen to us? But we're doing pretty good. We even increased the minimum wage. We're in the South. We moved that minimum wage. Right now, we would be still making $7.25 an hour. You think you can't get anybody to work now? Try to get them to work for less than $7.25. We're going to be okay. No matter what, it's because of all of us. The Speaker sets the tone, perhaps the agenda, but it is all of us that continue to make this Commonwealth work. And I just am so proud that I was here to see a woman, after 400 years, become the Speaker of the House. I don't care if you black or white, Republican or not, we have a woman. Go tell your children, tell your little girls, you can be anything you want to be because I saw it in the General Assembly. So I'm not sure what Delegate Eileen Fillicorn is going to do, but perhaps for the very last time, I wanted to be able to say, thank you, Speaker Fillicorn. We really appreciate everything that you have done. Godspeed. May God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Torian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House and Mr. Speaker, a whole lot can happen within 45 days. 45 days ago, I had a seatmate. And now, he has moved on to the other body. But I think that it's appropriate to stand and to say thank you to our former delegate, to say thank you for the service that he rendered here in this House. Thank you for his leadership. Thank you for the friendships that he has made with each of us throughout this House. And it has been my great pleasure for a few years to be his seatmate. And I go back a few years when I first met this massive man when he walked into the chamber. The dude walked into the chamber, and I'm like, my God, who is that? And over the years, had the wonderful privilege to develop a great friendship with him. And so, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I simply want to stand and publicly say to our former delegate, Lamont Bagley, thank you for serving in this House. Thank you for being a part of this House. Thank you for all that you have given to this House and to this branch of the General Assembly. We shall miss you, but we will see you around Richmond. And thank you for being the wonderful delegate from Henrico County. God bless you, Delegate Bagby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott will communicate that sentiment to the Senate. The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore. Yes. Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Speaker, I move that we stand in recess until 5:30 so that our caucus can meet.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that the House stand in recess until 5:30 p.m. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is agreed to. The House stands in recess until 5:30 p.m.
The caucus will meet immediately upon the recess in House Room 2.
The House will be at ease. The House will come to order.
Is that yours?
No. Oh, yeah, that's yours. I got this.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the last four bills that we moved them by for the day, and the last four House bills that we moved those bills, House Bill 2444, House Bill 1637, House Bill 2024, and House Bill 2026 by for the day.
As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is agreed to. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, next category, supplemental info, Senate bills with recommendations by the governor. I'm sorry. Next category is Senate bills vetoed by the governor. Mr. Speaker, none of those measures are over. The two Senate bills were sustained. So therefore, the next category, page 27 of the printed calendar, following that way, supplemental info bills for recommendations by the governor. There were 39 potentially. 30 came over, so there are 30 bills to begin work. And
the delegate from Scott, Delegate
Mr.
Kilgore.
Speaker, I move that Senate Bill 788 on page 27, Senate Bill 1169 on page 35, Senate Bill 1392 on page 42, and Senate Bill 1405 on page 44 be taken up in a block.
As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is agreed to. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
yes, sir.
Shall the bills be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, no 0.
Ayes 93, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
With the blocks taken care of, moving through the remainder of the bills with governor's recommendations. Page 28 of the printed calendar. First up is Senate Bill 810. SB 810 is an act relating to the review of injunction petitions for review. Legislation passed. General Assembly returned from the governor with a recommendation, which is available online to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Bell.
Mr. Speaker, could we pass this by just for a second?
I need everybody to see what we got coming up here and figure out who's going to handle it without objection by temporarily, including, I think, the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, next up is Senate Bill 895. Senate Bill 895, which is an act relating to appeals of certain interlocutory decrees or orders. Report legislation went over to the governor after it was passed by the General Assembly, returned, Mr. Speaker, with two line amendments which are available to the public, to the members, and the governor's recommendations are now before the body to SB 895.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 895, the governor's recommendation that he simply puts an emergency clause on the bill, and I move that we accept the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the governor's recommendation? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 92, no 0.
Ayes 92, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Over on page 29, Senate Bill 899 is an act relating to oyster planting grounds fees. Legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with a line amendment, and that line amendment is available to the public, to the members, and is before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Senate Bill 899 is the cognated by House Bill 1948 that we've acted on previously. It reverts, the governor reverted the fee from $100 down to $5, but keeps the public notice, changed that to the way it was 3 years ago. I move we accept the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 38.
Ayes 54, noes 38. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 903 in the middle of page 29 of the printed calendar. That is an act relating to THC, industrial hemp, regulated hemp products. Legislation was passed, went to the governor. We sent it back with an amendment in nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 903 is the same substitute that we voted on House Bill 2294 regarding the hemp, the regulation of the hemp products. I hope that we will accept the governor's substitute.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, I rise to speak to the governor's amendments, Mr.
The
Speaker.
delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know where this vote is headed, but some things that were said before I felt really needed to be addressed. And for a lot of us, a no vote on this bill is not against any person that is seeking medicinal products for their health care concern. But if what was said from the other side is true, then, Mr. Speaker, what the governor has done with this amendment was pit parents of kids with epilepsy against parents that don't want their kids buying drugs at the corner store. The ethical and moral imperative upon seeing that terrible choice would be to do better. It would mean an amendment that deals with the oils and topical products that some folks are using for these tough medical conditions that they're enduring. As a person with chronic pain and a loved one with epilepsy, I can tell you that these talking points that we heard are unnecessary, messy, and hyper-political. They create a false choice and a false narrative. These amendments are not the only way that we can help patients and keep corner stores from selling dangerous products. There is another instance where people claiming to be speaking on behalf of parents are picking and choosing which parents they want to listen to. Who is listening to the parents making calls to the poison control hotline who, from a January article, were quoted a data request from 13 News Now to the Virginia Poison Control Center, which covers both Richmond and Hampton Roads, revealed a more than 200% increase in edible-related calls since 2020. But here's where leadership could come in. The governor could have sent down an amendment that existed with a solution that helped patients find what they needed, small businesses be able to make money, and parents of children be able to protect their kids from dangerous gummies, but that's not what's in front of us. What the Virginia General Assembly is about to do, or did earlier, is legalizing corner stores to sell drugs that can poison our kids because of the lack of effective enforcement situation and the confusion being caused by the loopholes that these amendments created. Now, I thought I read an article that said that the governor wanted to keep his hands off of the marijuana topic altogether because of his presidential run, but this is not a neutral position. This is undermining our ability to set up a socially responsible, legal, recreational use market, and we will have to deal with the consequences. But I heard someone talking to the press today, and I hear we have a special session potentially coming up. And so I really hope that we will take that opportunity to fix this right so that we can do it right and do, again, with the patients that need what they need in an honest and safe way, so that businesses can still sell products and we can keep our kids safe at the corner stores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Charlottesville, Delegate Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate from Scott yield for question?
Will the delegate yield? The delegate yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the delegate, because this is one of those bills that reminds us of the limitations of a citizen legislature, and that so few of us are healthcare professionals with an informed professional opinion on this. If the governor's bill is intended to primarily serve patients with complex medical needs, has this proposal been endorsed by any major medical institution or association of healthcare professionals?
I would say to the delegate from Charlottesville, I am not sure. I know during the regular session, a lot of healthcare professionals supported my bill, but I'm not sure. I cannot say yes or no on whether they
support this bill or not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking very briefly to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
My understanding is the answer to my question is no, and I don't think that we heard an answer to the contrary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 41.
Ayes 52, noes 41. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 956 is an act relating to localities, business improvement and recruitment districts. Legislation was passed by the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it, Mr. Speaker, with 4 line amendments. Those line amendments are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 956, when it passed the General Assembly, allows localities to establish business improvement and recruitment districts, and we'll call them BIRDs for now to make it a little bit shorter, if they receive a petition signed by a weighted majority of businesses within a district. Upon receiving a BIRD petition, a locality may enact an ordinance that allows a fee to be collected from all businesses within the BIRD to fund a BIRD plan, which identifies proposed improvements, additional funding sources, and a methodology indicating which businesses have signed off and which businesses are exempt from certain taxes and fees. Now, these amendments provide safeguards for small businesses and help the BIRDs with their activities in the Main Street districts that are centered on local businesses and focused on economic rehabilitation. First Amendment, really to summarize, there are really 2 points on these amendments. The first changes the methodology to allow the creation of a BIRD to require a simple majority of businesses to sign on rather than a weighted majority of businesses to be determined by business size. They also narrow where BIRDs can be established to focus their activities on Main Street districts, which are physical settings that include a commercial area focused on economic development through locally owned businesses and structures that would benefit from rehabilitation. Now, this passed the House 85-13, so there were 13 no votes, and I believe this probably settled many of the concerns that the no votes had, and I would move passage of the governor's amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 83, noes 11.
Ayes 83, noes 11. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Top of page 30, Senate Bill 989 is an act relating to crime victim rights, notification of the Attorney of the Commonwealth. Legislation was passed by General Assembly, communicated to the governor, who returned it with recommendations which are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendments.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you. These amendments recognize the importance of prosecutors consulting with victims of felonies, while also recognize that there are cases where this is impossible to do because the victim has provided no contact information, or the victim is a child of an age where such discussions are inappropriate or even harmful. The original bill, which passed this chamber 79-20, removed existing language that required victim notification by the Commonwealth Attorney only when such request was made in writing. I move to adopt the amendments.
Shall the bill be adopted, be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 76, noes 16.
Ayes 76, noes 16. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 997, top of page 31, is an act relating to oyster shell Waste Diversion Fund created. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with Amendment H substitute, which is available to the public, available online to the members here, and is now before you.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Senate Bill 997 is the same as House Bill 1438 that we just discussed. It's about recycling oyster fees and creating a grant system through the VMRC. I move we accept the recommendation from the governor.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 82, noes 11.
Ayes 82, noes 11. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
On page 31 of the printed calendar, Senate Bill 1035 did not get communicated, so therefore the next bill before the body is Senate Bill 1052, which is an act relating to the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, teacher recruitment and retention. Legislation passed by the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with 3 line amendments. Those amendments, governor's recommendations, are available to the public, to the members, and are now before you.
Who's got this education bill? Okay. The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can this bill just go by temporarily? My apologies.
Without objection, by temporarily.
Mr. Speaker, continuing over on page 32, next up is Senate Bill 1075. Senate Bill 1075 is an act relating to Public One utilities, deferred fuel costs, biannual reviews. Legislation passed. The General Assembly went to the governor, who returned it with 13 line amendments, which are available to the public, to the members that are now before you.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendments to Senate Bill 1075 make the bill and the amendments identical to what we just adopted on House Bill 1777. It's the technical amendments, the fuel adjustment language, and then the actual rate proceedings that mirror House Bill 1700. So I move that we accept the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 84, noes 10.
Ayes 84, noes 10. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Over on page 33, next up is House Bill 1081, which is an act relating to the Office of the Children's Ombudsman. The legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with an amendment nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members. It is now before you.
The delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Coiner.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 1081 removes duplicative language. It also provides additional transparency. Originally, in the original bill, all records of the Office of the Children's Ombudsman were confidential and exempt from FOIA and legal discovery. And the governor's recommendations clarifies that only records relating to complaints or investigations are exempt. I would move that we accept the governor's recommendations and adoption.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 0.
Ayes 93, noes 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Top of page 34 of the printed calendar. Next up, Senate Bill 1086, which is an act relating to unpaid organ donation leave required civil penalty. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with a line amendment, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Bedford, Delegate Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor's amendment to Senate Bill 1086 would require the Department of Labor and Industry to create guidance for the statute rather than formally adopting new regulations. This amendment was requested by the Department of Labor. They do not believe that a regulation would provide any significant legal value beyond what is provided in the text of the statute, and that they can combine with a guidance document explaining how the statute would be investigated and enforced. I move that we adopt the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 1.
Ayes 93, noes 1. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1124 is an act to require the Board of Education to make recommendations to the General Assembly for amendments to standards of learning to establish standards for the maintenance and operation, renovation, and new construction public elementary and secondary school buildings. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with two line amendments. Those recommendations are available to the public, to the members here in the chamber, and are now before you.
Who wants to do this education bill? The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
The governor's amendment extends from December 1st, 2023 to July 1st, 2024, the deadline by which the Board of Education is required to submit to the chairman of the House and also the Senate Committees on Education and recommendations for the maintenance and operations, renovation, and new construction of public elementary and secondary school buildings. I move that we accept the recommendations of the governor.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 81, noes 13.
Ayes 81, noes 13. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Top of page 35 of the printed calendar, Senate Bill 1166 is an act relating to energy planning, electric utility oversight, Commission on Electricity Utility Regulation, membership, meetings, powers and duties, and staffing, Virginia Energy Plan, public presentation of plan draft, electric utilities, integrated resource plans report. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with an amendment nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 1166 is identical to House Bill 2275, dealing with the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation, which changed the number of members, added the Attorney General's Office of Consumer Counsel to serve as ex officio member. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to adopt the substitute.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 0.
Ayes 93, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1169, in the middle of page 35, did not come over, so the next bill before the body is Senate Bill 1209, which is an act relating to charitable gaming, temporary permits, limitations. Legislation passed by the General Assembly went to the governor, who returned it with four line amendments. The governor's recommendations are available to the public, to the members, and are now before you.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cognate to my House Bill 1987, which we just discussed and passed the amendment or the recommendation almost unanimously. And this is technical changes, as you recall. I move that we pass the governor's recommendations. Thank you.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 86, noes 5.
Ayes 86, noes 5. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
We're on page 36 of the printed calendar. Senate Bill 1211 is an act relating to the Eastern Virginia Medical School establishment of the Eastern Virginia Health Sciences Center at Old Dominion University. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with amendment nature substitute, which is available to everyone and is now before this House.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 1211 is the same as my House Bill 1840, which has to do with the Eastern Virginia Medical School merger with Old Dominion. We voted on the previous bill earlier today. I believe it was unanimous, and I asked to accept the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 92, no 0.
Ayes 92, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 1231 did not get transmitted by the Senate. Therefore, next up, bottom of page 37, printing the counter, is Senate Bill 1265, which is an act relating to the Virginia Electric Utility Regulation Act, financing for certain deferred fuel costs, cost review proceedings, rates, return on common equity, rate adjustment clauses, capitalization ratio. The legislation was approved by the General Assembly, went to the governor, who has returned it with 17 line amendments. The legislation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilby.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, House, this is the same as House Bill 1770, dealing with the Virginia Electric Utility Regulation Act, making the technical changes to improve grammar and of the underlying statute, and also partially exempting some from the deferred fuel cost charge. Hopefully, the pleasure of the House to pass the bill.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 91, no 0.
Ayes 91, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Next up is Senate Bill 1280, which is an act relating to public institutions of higher education, degree programs, integration of internship or work-based learning experiences policies. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with 2 allowed amendments. The governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1280 was the bill dealing with having a work group come together for finding internship opportunities for graduation from universities. The governor's clarification just helps to clarify that there's a distinction between the students at a community college and those in four-year institutions, and his amendment limits it to those from four-year institutions. I would ask that we support the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 43.
Ayes 50, noes 43. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1308 did not come over. Turning to page 40, likewise, Senate Bill 1310 is not before you. Next up, therefore, is Senate Bill 1326 on page 40, which is an act relating to transit ridership incentive program funds, improving accessibility, transition to zero emissions. Governor's bill passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with 3 line amendments. Those amendments governor's recommendation are available to the public, to the members, and are now before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Senate Bill 1326 is identical to HB 2338 we passed earlier today. It's the transit ridership bill. It removes the ability for the electric buses to be funded through the TRIP fund, and achieve trip funding for public safety at bus stops and on buses. I'd ask that the governor's recommendations be approved.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 80, noes 14.
Ayes 80, noes 14. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1337, on top of page 41, is an act relating to medical marijuana program product registration, dispensing, and record-keeping requirements advertised. And legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with an amendment nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Head.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the governor's recommendations for Senate Bill 1337 makes it identical to the substitute we just passed for House Bill 1846. Again, it removes the obligation for physicians, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners to register with the Board of Pharmacy, defines the variance for content at 15%, codifies some of the restricting advertising parameters, and also removes the ability for people to be reclassified and recertified via telemedicine at the location of the dispensary. So we ask that we would adopt
the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 74, noes 20.
Ayes 74, noes 20. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1350 is an act directing the Secretary of Finance to assess a licensing scheme for liquid nicotine. Report. Legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with 4 line amendments. The governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
Who's got it? The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Mr. Speaker, this bill simply moves the study of assessing a licensing scheme from the Senate Finance Department to the Virginia ABC. I move the governor's recommendations.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor?
It wasn't.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 87, noes 5.
Ayes 87, noes 5. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, continuing on the printed calendar, if you're following that way, Senate Bills 1361 and 1370 did not come over from the Senate. Senate Bill 1392 has already been dispensed with in the block previously. Likewise, Senate Bill 1405 also has been done with the block. 1405 has been already approved. So therefore, the bill next up, middle of page 44 of the printed calendar, is Senate Bill 1427, which is an act relating to campaign finance, political action committees, certain large pre-election expenditures. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned with the amendment nature substitute, which is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Westmoreland, Delegate Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendments to Senate Bill 1427 are technical by removing duplicate language and organizing the language into one code. We're also adjusting the due date of one of the campaign finance reports right before Election Day. We are changing that due date to October 7th. In the original language, it was October the 15th. I would ask that we accept the amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 0.
94, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 1438 is an act relating to agricultural land. Ownership by foreign adversaries prohibited. The General Assembly approved the legislation, went to the governor, who returned with amendment nature substitute. That amendment is available to the public, is available to the members, and is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Senate Bill 1438 is now identical to the House Bill 2325 that we passed earlier today. It is about the adversarial purchase of farmland. It was the will of the body to accept the governor's suggestions.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 64, noes 25.
Ayes 64, noes 25. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Over on page 45, Senate Bill 1441 did not get communicated to the Senate. Therefore, the bill before you next is Senate Bill 1452, which is an act to exempt certain nursing home services in Amherst County from the requirements of a certificate of public need. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with a line amendment. The governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before you.
The delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, Senate Bill 1452, the original measure was exempting
a potential nursing home facility in Amherst County from the COPN. As a part of that, given that this is state property, the governor's amendment puts in place an assurance that the buildings on that property will either be demolished or renovated properly for its future use, and that it must be used then compliant with the COPN. I move to adopt the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 74, noes 15.
Ayes 74, noes 15. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turning to page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill 1453 is an act relating to public elementary and secondary schools. Automated external defibrillators required. Legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with a line amendment. That governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1453 deals with ensuring that there's a defibrillator in every school. The governor's amendment just ensures that the Department of Education makes available on its website a list of all public and private programs and grants available to help fund that. And I would ask that we support the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 92, noes 0.
Ayes 92, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Senate Bill 1459 is an act relating to the administration of state government, prohibitive applications, and websites. Legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with a line amendment. Governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
Who's got it? The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1459, as originally left here, was about prohibited applications on government-owned and operated networks in the Commonwealth. The governor's recommendation simply seeks to allow exemption for town police officers as well as colleges and universities. Hope you will body to accept the governor's recommendation.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 65, noes 29.
Ayes 65, noes 29. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, if you're following by the printed version, Senate Bill 1492 was not communicated to us. Likewise, Senate Bill 1515, middle of page 47, was not communicated to the House. So therefore, Senate Bill 1533, which is an act relating to medical marijuana program, additional cultivation facility, legislation passed the House. Governor returned it with 2 amendments. However, the Senate approved Amendment number 1, but rejected Amendment number 2. So at the bottom of page 47 for SB 1533, only Amendment number 1 of the governor's recommendation is before you. It is available to the public, to the members, and is presently before the body.
The delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, Senate Bill 1533 speaks to the medical marijuana facilities. One in particular finds itself in a position where that, because of circumstances beyond their control, their footprint of land does not allow them to expand the greenhouse necessary to grow the product they need to dispense. Therefore, they have, with this legislation, gotten the ability to have an off-site growing facility. What the governor's amendment does is says, with the approval of the commission. It does put a little bit more specificity to it. It's not automatic. They have to apply, and if so deemed necessary, then they can still get it. I move to adopt the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 78, noes 16.
Ayes 78, noes 16. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there were two measures that had gone by earlier that had gone by temporarily. And returning, therefore, to page 28 of the printed calendar, if you're following that way, Senate Bill 810. Senate Bill 810 is an act relating to review of injunction petitions for review. Legislation passed the General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with amendment nature substitute. That amendment is available online to the public and to the members and is now before you.
The delegate from Smith, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the governor's amendments are twofold, the first of which is technical in nature. It simply moves the interlocutory appeal of immunity orders to a separate code section for clarity's sake. The second is more substantive in nature. It contains a declarative enactment clause that also contains an emergency provision. So I hope to be the pleasure of the House to accept the governor's amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 0.
Ayes 94, noes 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
And finally, over on page 31 of the printed calendar, page 31, bill gone by temporarily was Senate Bill 1052, which is an act relating to the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, teacher recruitment and retention. Legislation passed General Assembly, went to the governor, who returned it with 3 line amendments. Governor's recommendation is available to the public, to the members, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more and we get to go home. Senate Bill 1052 deals with the extension of provisional licenses for teachers, assuming that they get satisfactory performance evaluations. The governor's amendment brings this bill in line with House Bill 2375, which was Delegate Sewell's bill that we handled earlier today, and I would ask that we accept the amendments.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 0.
Ayes 93, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Mr. Speaker, that completes today's House calendar.
Per House Rule 51, the House has returned to the morning hour. Does the clerk have any additional announcements or communications?
Mr. Speaker, no communications in light of Delegate Mullen's comments earlier today. If you're not returning, or even if you are, please look in your desk and don't leave anything in there that might grow or get fuzzy. Also, remember as well that if you have passed commending memorial resolutions or asked to have them framed, they're all over in your Pocahontas office building. So I know everyone's trying to get out, but it'd just be easier to pick them up now since you're here. Mr. Speaker, that completes the announcements I have, sir.
The House will come to order. The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn sine die.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that the House do now adjourn sine die. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The House stands adjourned sine die.